The last time I was on this stage, about 3 years ago, I collapsed right over there with a neck injury. It taught me so many important things. Like everything that comes into our life, there's no accidents out there anywhere. This is an infinite universe that we're in, and it's filled with purpose for all of us. It got me to sit down while I talk. And the difference between standing and sitting is that when you're standing, you're sort of performing and entertaining. When you're sitting, you're having a conversation and you're at eye level with your audience. All of the great teachers that I've studied over the years, especially the last few years, always sit when they speak, as did Jesus. So I'm very, very grateful for that moment. I am in perfect health. I am cancer-free. Thank you. I've changed so many things about my life, my diet. I live on things like this. And have entered into a stage in my life that I call radical well-being. Working at making myself as absolutely healthy as I possibly can and treating this body of mine like a temple that deserves to be treated in a sacred way, which I would encourage you to do as well. The Sufis say that if you don't have a temple in your heart, you'll never find your heart in a temple. And it's about having that temple in your heart and respecting this magnificent body that you carry around that houses your soul, which allows you to become anything that you put your attention on. I am 75 years old, just a few months ago, and I'm glad you didn't applaud, because usually that's not a good sign when they applaud your age. I know it's not. And I have sex almost every day. Thank you. Yeah. Almost on Monday, almost on Tuesday, almost on Wednesday. I just love that line. It was from Jack LaLanne. And I'm really very honored and thrilled to be here. It's a spectacular weekend I've planned for you. You'll be hearing Anita Moorjani this afternoon. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. She's a walking, talking, breathing miracle woman who was inches from death and died and came back to teach us some very important and profound lessons. The name of this course is I Am Light. Light is at the core of who we are. I always ask to have a rose on stage because one of my favorite teachers and poets, and someone that I feel a spiritual kinship with, was a man who lived back in the 13th century. He was born on the 30th of September in the year 1207. His name was Mevlana, which means our master in Farsi. Jalaluddin Rumi. And Rumi said this. He said, "What was said to the rose that made it open was said to me here in my chest when I met you." And he was speaking of God in the form of his beloved teacher, Shams of Tabriz, with whom he spent 4 years learning how to live in ecstasy and from a place of God realization. What was said to the rose that made it open, something invisible something impersonal, something non-local, something non-dual, opens the roses. We can't figure out what it is. There's no scientist on our planet that can figure out what it is, where it is, how it works. And it's in every one of us. It's in every one of us. Unfortunately, we don't listen to it. We pay attention to other things that we've been conditioned to believe about ourselves, our belief in our limitations. Would you like this? Yes. Take your seatbelt off. There you go. Here you go. You don't have to come up. No, you can catch it. Ready? That's for you. Enjoy it. Anais Nin, a very famous Cuban writer who lived in France for a good part of her life, said, and the day came when the risk of remaining tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. This 2-day seminar is designed to help you to have a recognition that you don't have to stay tight in that bud, that there's something within you and me and everything and everyone that ever existed in the universe that that urges you to blossom, urges you to fulfill a destiny, a dharma that you signed up for long before you ever came into this world. I want to open this with an opportunity for you to be bewildered and amazed and in awe. It's a 2.5-minute video. It is it's a portrait of the Hubble telescope. And the Hubble telescope orbits around the Earth, something like 320 miles above the Earth. And it has built into it the most powerful spyglass that we can envision. And it has been able to just recently, just this year, I think it was January 8th of 2015, they were able to get their very first pictures of a galaxy that is next to the galaxy that we're in. The galaxy that we're in is called the Milky Way galaxy. It contains millions, if not billions, if not trillions of heavenly bodies. And now they have taken, with their cameras, and been able to project them into our neighboring galaxy, which is called the Andromeda galaxy. And it is 2.5 million light years from here. A light year is the distance that light travels in a year. Light travels at 186,000 miles per second. Imagine how far 2.5 million of those light years are. It's distances that are incomprehensible to our minds to be able to comprehend. And the Andromeda galaxy is just next door in this infinite universe that we're in. The estimate by the top astronomers in the world today is that the minimum number of galaxies that there are in our universe is 200 billion galaxies. So Rumi said, "Sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment." This is an opportunity for you to be bewildered. A very famous German poet, philosopher named Goethe said this: "However much we are attracted and fascinated by the myriad phenomena of this earth, there's an inner longing that compels us again and again to turn our eye heavenward, because an inexplicable deep feeling convinces us that we are citizens of those worlds that mysteriously shine above us and that we shall someday return thither. That we look out there at these heavenly bodies and these stars that we see, and we know that the light, those stars might all be extinct by now because it takes hundreds of thousands of years for the light just to get here. That's how far away they are. What I want you to just have a feeling of, a sense of, is a sense of awe, a sense of bewilderment about this universe that we occupy. And ask yourself, when you see how tiny this tiny little rock that spins around and orbits a sun, one of trillions of suns, and hurls through space at 17,000 miles per hour, and is not only orbiting, but it is turning on its axis as well. So we're on a little rock that is spinning, orbiting, and hurling through an infinity of space. So if you're still pissed off that you couldn't find a parking place, or that you have some little problem that you just can't seem to figure out how to resolve, put it into the context of who you really are. Pierre Teilhard of Chardin, the French Catholic priest who was excommunicated for his ideas, said back in the early 1900s, none of us are here as human beings having a spiritual experience. It's all the reverse, that we are all infinite spiritual beings having a temporary human experience. And the recognition of that and the alignment of yourself with that awareness of your infinite nature will take all suffering and possibilities of suffering out of your life. It's my intention to have you by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to go out of here with that awareness. It's an awareness that has only come recently into my life. So let's take a look at what the Hubble telescope that's orbiting around our planet at 320 miles above us and taking a picture. And every little black dot that you see represents a solar system. And you're going to see millions of them. And the things that look like lights in there are just clusters of additional solar systems. Here's the Hubble telescope. Lights down if we can. That's 61,000 light years across, that little section there. We're looking at an infinity of solar systems, each one of those little dots. Isn't that something? Trying to comprehend this idea of infinity, the infiniteness of the universe that we're in, and trying also to understand that who we are is an infinite consciousness as well. Believing, unfortunately, that we are individual separate intelligences, and believing that we're separate from everyone else because we've grown up with this insane idea that who we are individuals instead of infinite consciousnesses, which have just had a manifestation of a tiny little body for just a speck of time in a universe that has no time and has no space. And it's one thing to contemplate this and one thing to think about it and to have philosophical discussions about it. It's another thing to be aware that that intelligence has many names. Some call it the Tao, some call it Brahman, some call it Allah, some call it Krishna, some call it God. It really doesn't matter what we call it. The Tao that can be named, says the Tao Te Ching, says Lao Tzu in the Tao Te Ching, the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. It is something that defies description. It's what you are. And having that awareness and coming to that awareness, for me, it has been such a spectacular awakening that I have within me, surrounding me, the same intelligence that is in every single one of those planets that are out there, and every flower. T.S. Eliot, a very famous American poet back in the 1950s, said, "We shall not cease from exploration, but at the end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place from which we originated and to know it for the first time." Now, he was talking about death, and I'm not. I don't think we have to die, that is, leave these bodies of ours. I'm not even convinced anymore that we even have to leave these bodies. That I think if we don't blow this place up with our insanity, with our absence of God consciousness within, that it isn't that far away when people will realize that aging itself is a mistake of the intellect. That the DNA and the intelligence within each and every one of us, that every cell that replaces every cell that allows you to continue to grow is not replaced by an old cell that is worn out. It's replaced by a new, young, healthy, strong cell. And our consciousness has shifted in such a way that we've just become to believe collectively that that's just the way things have to be because it's the way it's always been. And yet what I've come to know and read and be experiencing in recent months particularly is that there are beings who walk among us who are infinite beings, including having bodies. And some of this will sound a little weird, and when it does, I'll point it out so you don't think I don't know that I'm sounding weird up here. But I just always remember the lines of Jesus in the book of John. It's like, he said, with God, with Source, with this infinite intelligence, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible. Because God is that Source that is allowing everything to be, is the infinite consciousness itself. And that's what you are, each and every one of us. There's nothing in this universe that isn't that. And I would always ask you, what does all things are possible leave out? It leaves out absolutely nothing. And in my whole life, I've been always intrigued by people who are capable of performing miracles and who are able to do things that that seem impossible to us. Back in 1990, I received a phone call from a fellow who was a singer you've probably heard of. His name was Michael Jackson. And he invited myself and our 8 children to come out to his ranch in California to spend a week with him if I would sit and talk with him for 3 hours on a mountaintop, just the two of us, about something I had written in a book called Real Magic. He wanted to know what it was and if such a thing really existed. No matter what you've ever heard about Michael Jackson and all of the negativity, and by this weekend is over, you'll never even repeat anything negative from anyone. It has to always be just love. This was a divine, beautiful, spiritual human being who could never in a million years hurt anybody, ever. And I can give you that from my very first-hand experience with him and with my children. And we talked about this idea of real magic. He wanted to learn how to levitate. He wanted to learn how to be able to move in ways that no one else had ever moved before. He wanted to know about communicating telepathically, and did such a thing really exist? And were we all capable of, if Jesus said that even the least among you can do all that I have done, and even greater things, does that mean that we all have within us the gift of fish and loaves? Does it mean we have within us the power to heal ourselves and even be in an energy field in which those who enter into that energy field are healed as well? Can we elevate ourselves to those exalted levels of consciousness and overcome our conditioning, our conditioned belief that who we are is limited and ordinary? And a big part of this weekend, learning that you are light, that you are light, that you are light. You know, there was an Irish poet who said, an aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul claps its hands and sings, and louder sings for every tatter in its mortal breast. Until you find your soul, until you find that invisibleness within, and I begin to identify yourself from that place, you're just a tattered coat upon a stick, something that I feel I allowed myself to be for a while. And now I recognize that I'm an infinite intelligence, and there's nothing that I cannot do if I put my attention on it. Yeah. So I was out at oh, and by the way, I always debate whether I should say this or not, but many of you may know that I had a calling to live as a Taoist for a year. The year that I turned 65, 2005. And it was really a grand year in my life, a year I did no interviews, a year I just devoted myself to studying the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu's the Tao, T-A-O. Here it is right here, the Tao, whoop, T-A-O. It's just the Chinese word for the Great Way, or God, or Spirit, or Divine Mind, or whatever label we need to put on it. And I was called in 2005, and I'll talk about callings here in a moment. This is a book I recommend you carry with you. Some call it the wisest book ever written. 81 verses written 2,500 years ago with some of the greatest truths in such a simple format. Just each verse is no longer than 10 or 12 lines. And in it is so many of the great paradoxes. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. You have to take one step. If you want to accomplish great things, you have to think small. If you want to have great strength, you have to allow yourself to be like water, which is soft and weak and pliable. It was a divine year for me, and This is just, I sat down and in 1 year, I wrote 81 essays on each of the verses of the Tao Te Ching. But I did more than just sit down and write them. I lived them and memorized them and cut them out and put them on my walls in my sacred space in my home. And it became a way of looking at myself and my life and what I'm capable of and what this world is about in a totally different way. And I have no idea why I was called to do that any more than anything else that I was called to do, including come here. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing here. I don't need to fly all the way down here to do this, and yet here I am, because I go where I'm sent, and I listen to those voices that are so strong and so powerful. The Tao, living the wisdom of the Tao. The book that I wrote on this is called Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life. And I would look at a picture of Lao Tzu every day. And it was really just a drawing that someone had of him and an oxen, sitting on an oxen. I would read verse 1, opening line, the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. And I would contemplate what that means, the rest of it, and memorize it. And for 4 days, I would just live it. Everywhere I went, I'd try to see it. And then I would sit down in the morning, about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I would look at this picture of Lao Tzu, and I would allow him to teach me how to apply this today, in today's world, what it means now. That was for 4.5 days. Then I would do verse 2, memorize it. Totally new concept. Practice it, live it. And then I'd sit down 4.5 days later and do the same thing. And I did that for an entire year, 365 days. I've been invited to China to speak about the Tao as if I'm an expert on Taoism. And I feel so less than an expert on anything. I think the reason that I've considered to be a spiritual teacher is because inside I have a recognition about how little I know and how much there is to know. And all I have to do is look at what we just saw for 2.5 minutes and realize, my God, this is an infinite universe, and the infinity of that universe is inside of me. Then I am an infinite being. Imagine that. I am beginningless, I am endless. So, would you like this? Come on up. Here you go. Here's a gift to you. You're so beautiful. Thank you. Enjoy the Tao. Yeah. I always recommend people carry it with them wherever they go. Put it in your purse, put it in your glove box of your car, have it around. If you go into the sacred place where I live and work and write and do all my all of my writing, you'll see each one of the 81 verses of the Tao on all of the walls. I live in that energy. It's so beautiful and so powerful. And someone sent me this. It's a picture of Lao Tzu, a drawing of Lao Tzu, which I thought was kind of cute. And it says, yes, do it, Wayne. I keep deciding, should I, shouldn't I? Nah. I never win. I always lose this one. It is only when a mosquito lands on your testicles that you realize there is always a way to solve problems without using violence. I love that. I don't know. I don't think so. No, I think we can, maybe I can talk to you. Maybe we can negotiate. We can have, blow you away. And so, my life has just undergone such radical changes since I was here on this stage, whenever it was, 2.5, 3 years ago. You can probably tell just by looking at me that I've taken years off. My energy is higher than it's ever been. I'm doing 2-day seminars. I'm speaking here, speaking in New Zealand next week, then going to London, then we're going on a cruise to Israel, giving a talk at the Sea of Galilee where Jesus delivered the Sermon on the Mount. Big shoes to fill. I'm going to give a talk on the Sermon on the Mount in Israel. It's a cruise that I think there's still about 20 seats left out of 500 if any of you want to go. It's going to be amazing. Through the Mediterranean. I'll share more with it about later. But I live on Maui, which is an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I always liked the book Moby Dick, Herman Melville. Living on an island, it reminds me of what he said in there. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of writing I ever remember and committed to memory. He said, "For as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all of the horrors of the half-lived life." The half-lived life. The life that we have chosen to believe in our ordinariness and in our limitations, and most of our focus is on that. To elevate ourselves to a place where we find that inner Tahiti. That's one of the reasons I think I live on Maui, because of reading that in Moby Dick. And I was out in a place called Hana, which in Hawaiian means heaven. And there's a road to Hana that goes through it's a road that goes back and forth, back and forth. It's a rainforest, and there's endless waterfalls and just divine places to look and to see. Some of the highest levels of rainfall on the entire planet come just in this little rainforest, way out on the other side of Maui. And last spring, I was invited to partake in 7 ayahuasca ceremonies. Ayahuasca is a plant that grows in Peru, and some call it, God's plant. It's not a drug. It's not something to get high on. It is a gift to us. It's called the medicine. And this medicine, when it goes inside of us, it reaches places within us, and hours later, it will help us to remove within us any of the blockages to our divinity. Because truly, the thing that we fear the most, the greatest fear that we have as human beings, is the fear of our own divinity. We fear being God, being pieces of God. We've somehow created an image of God that is something external and outside of us, instead of recognizing that we all come from that. And if we come from it, we must be like what we came from. And it's within each and every one of us. And there was, in the midst of this ceremony, it starts about 7 o'clock in the evening, and it goes till the next morning, about 8 o'clock in the morning. It's about 13 hours. And you drink a little of this medicine, and then spend some of the time just vomiting. But it's not vomiting like anything you've ever seen before. It doesn't smell like vomit. It doesn't look like vomit. It's just black water that comes out of you. And sometimes it takes 2 or 3 hours for it to do so, and sometimes it never happens. It just depends on whatever it is that you need, because it's an intelligence that's here, as everything is. And one of the most beautiful parts about an ayahuasca ceremony, which is very much of a spiritual tradition, particularly in South America and in Peru particularly, and throughout Argentina and Brazil, one of the most beautiful parts about it is that people come and play music. And the music is just divine music. And when you're in that space of almost God consciousness, God realization, which is one of the great things in my life. I was on the equivalent of the Tonight Show here in Australia, back in the 1970s. In fact, it was 1977, my first trip here. I've been here maybe 20, 25 times since. And I was on the Tonight Show, and a woman was the hostess. I don't even remember her name now. And she asked me, what is my mission? What is your mission? And no one had ever asked me that before on television. And I just blurted out, I would like to experience God realization. I didn't even know what that was. I'm still not sure I do. But those words just came out of me, and it was, wow. I love that dog in here, whoever you are. And one of the things that I learned in the ayahuasca experience is that you come to a sense of an awareness of your God consciousness. You'll hear Anita speaking about this today and tomorrow in the afternoon. It's like a serendipity. It's like a synchronicity where you suddenly lose your ego and your identification with this human self of yours and your accomplishments and your things that you own and all of the stuff that has taken you away from your God realization, from the real. And God is just one term, whether it's the Tao or Spirit or Brahman, whatever you want to call it. One of the things that I'll be wanting you to do here in this time is to really shift your alignment, so that you're no longer aligned as this human being having a spiritual experience on Sunday mornings or whatever, but where you begin to see yourself in this divine context, and it's not a big stretch to get that. And if you read the spiritual literature, even the Bible it's all over the Bible. So I was listening to this song. Someone started. I was laying out on the grass, and I looked up at what I saw out there in Hana. It was a clear night, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was just lying there, and I was looking up at this infinity of heavenly bodies that were just staring down at me. And the woman brought this song that was sung by India Ari, written by India Ari, and I listened to that, and it was a transformative moment in my life. It's why this program is called I Am Light. It's why I'm working on a book called I Am Light. It's I just had this amazing awareness that who I am is not anything that I've ever believed myself to be, that who I am is basically at my core, it's light. It's God consciousness. And if I could get there, if I could stay there, and I had just an amazing awakening there. So I called my daughter, Sky, who sings beautifully, has written many of her own songs. She's going to sing for you here today on 3 different occasions. And I called her up and I said, have you ever heard of this song? She said, no, but I do love India Ari. And I said, well, the song is called I Am Light. And it was a transformative moment in my life. It was one of those Maslow called peak experiences, just a clear moment. Oh my God, this is who I am. So I called her. I said, honey, I want you to learn this song, because she travels with me all over the world and sings at a lot of my talks and has 3 beautiful CDs. And I'm going to ask her, if she will right now, to come up on this stage and sing it for you a cappella and direct you through the amazing words. It's so beautiful.
Hello, everyone. As my dad said, I'm going to sing this beautiful song for you, and I'm going to sing it one time through, and when I'm done, I would love it if all of you would join in and just sing the choruses of I Am Light. So here it is. I am light, I am light. 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 I am not the things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light. Oh, I am light. I am light. I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. 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 Oh, I am light. I am light. I am not the color of my eyes. I am not my skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. My soul inside is all light. Is all light. Is all light. Is all light. I am 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 divinity defined. I am a God on the inside. I am a star, a piece of it all. I am light.
Wow.
Thank you.
That was beautiful,
Thank
Stan.
you.
Beautiful. Now, one of the things I'll be speaking about, we're going to do a meditation at the end of the morning before lunch. One of the things I speak about is something called japa, which is the repetition of the sound of the name of God as an inner mantra. I'm going to have it taught to you by the person who taught it to me, something I do every day. We'll be doing it around just before lunch. It's called Ishakriya. So a big part of it is the repetition of a sound. So and this is what we heard the night of the ayahuasca ceremony, is the continuous repetition. So by saying these words yourself and recognizing that light is at the core of your essence, it's at the core of your being. This is who you are, who we all are, light. So Sky, just maybe 2 or 3 verses and just ask people, and we can do it collectively, singing the I Am Light portion.
Okay, here we go. I am light, I am light. You can do it with me if you want. I am light, I am light. I am light, I am light. I am light, I am light. not the things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light. 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 One more time. I am light. I am light.
One more verse.
Go ahead.
One more verse.
I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. 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 I am light.
Beautiful. Thank you, honey. Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you. Beautiful job. These are Sky's CDs. I'll be giving some of these away a little bit later on. You inspire me. This sky has no limits. And letting go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, honey. So, I'm speaking to you about callings. Many of you may know that I have written somewhat of a memoir. It's called I Can See Clearly Now. On the 26th of June in 2012, my entire family came to visit me on Maui. I have 8 children, 6 girls and 2 boys. Some of them have children of their own. And they were all there for the summer. And I made an announcement to them that I was done writing. Something like the way I felt when I was here in Melbourne on this stage and when I had collapsed, that perhaps it was time to join my 2 brothers, both of whom are a year and 2 years older than me, who've been retired for 22 years now. And I'm out here traveling all over the world, writing books, doing all the things that I'm doing with a very different level of energy. And perhaps it was time for me to let go of that and watch the birds or whatever it is that I was going to do. So I told them, particularly the writing thing, because as much joy as I get out of writing, I've been writing since I was a little boy. I wrote a novel when I was 16 years of age. I've written hundreds of essays when I was in the military between the ages of 18 and 22. I used to sell book reports for my friends for 25 cents. If they got a B or higher, they didn't have to pay if they went below that. Writing has just always been just a joy, a way of expressing an inner something inside of me that no one else could ever feel. The very last words that I wrote in I Can See Clearly Now as advice to whoever wanted to read this, the stories that have been in my life, I said, in order to access the guidance, I encourage you to make a commitment to be absolutely faithful to that which exists nowhere else but within yourself. This is the great secret for seeing even more clearly and living your life from a place of passion and purpose, that there is something unique to you, even though we're all connected to each other. There's a calling, there's something inside each and every one of us. And throughout my entire life as I looked at that, but on the 26th of June, I told my children I was through with it, that it puts too much pressure on me, that it's it's looking at 500 or 600 empty sheets of paper and filling them from in here. And I do all of my writing by hand. I put my hand on the table. I let the energy comes through my heart and onto the paper. That's how I've written all of my books. And when I start doing something like that, it sort of takes over me, and it's almost like an obsession. And I feel like I can't stop, and it's draining. And I'm up early in the morning. I'm writing in the morning. I'm writing in the afternoon. I'm writing in the evening. I seem to get guidance from I don't know where. When I get stuck, even for a moment, some kind of intelligence, some invisible energy shows me what to say. The phone will ring, someone will call, something will show up in the mail, I'll watch something on television, my kids will say something, I'll read something in the newspaper, whatever it is, and off I go. It's like there's this invisible guidance, and it's there for not only for me, but for all of us, regardless of what our whatever dharma we signed up for before we ever showed up here on this planet. But it's tiring and exhausting, and I just said, I've just done enough of that. And I was 72 years old at the time. I said, I'm just going to let that go. That was the 26th of June. On the 27th of June, I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I had this calling, this inspirational calling, and I started writing. I said, I'm going to look at all of the factors, the circumstances, the people, the weird events, the kinds of things that showed up in my life that were directing me, that I'd be heading one direction here in my life, and all of a sudden I'd be turning right, or I'd be making an about face, or I'd be going off doing something else. And I wasn't even aware of it at the time. I said, I'm just going to look at those things. And I took every book that I had written, it's now 46 books, and I laid them all out in my sacred writing space, just from the very first one, from my textbooks, from Your Erroneous Zones and Pulling Your Own Strings, The Sky's the Limit, all of these books, all the way right up until that day. And I wrote, and I wrote, and I had to tell the kids, they were all taking over my house on Maui, so I had to go rent myself a place because I needed the quiet, the peacefulness. And I wrote every day for 5 months, every day, morning, noon, and night, again. And it was a realization that, I was being interviewed by the New York Times back in the early 1990s. And I was also being interviewed at the same time. There was a great American playwright. His name was Arthur Miller, who wrote Death of a Salesman and The Crucible and so many plays, some of which you probably had to read when you were in school. And you've seen, Willy Loman, and so on. And the interviewer, before they interviewed me, was interviewing Arthur Miller. He was 88 years old at the time. And they said to him, Mr. Miller, are you working on another play? And I'll never forget his response. He said, I don't know, but I probably am. That's a very profound answer. I probably am. My teacher, Carl Jung, said, from the beginning, I had a sense of destiny as though my life was assigned to me by fate and had to be fulfilled. This gave me an inner security, and though I could never prove it to myself, it proved itself to me. I did not have this certainty. It had me. That there is something that is calling us, each and every one of us. This isn't unique to me. And whatever it is that excites you, whatever it is that gives you a sense of passion, that's really, it is said if prayer is you talking to God, your intuition is God talking to you. It's that divine intelligence. It's that infinite consciousness, this infinite awareness that keeps it all together, that opens the roses, that holds the planets in alignment, that places desires, burning desires into your heart. And when you have a sense of excitement about what it is that you would like to do, and you're willing to listen to it, and you're determined to act on it, and you're fearless in its implementation in your life, then you will be fulfilling whatever it is that you agreed to come here for in the very first place, from the very beginning of your incarnation here into this world. And one of the things that I noticed as I laid out these books and was looking at what was taking place in my life, and I started it with the stories my mother told me before I had to go into an orphanage for 10 years, stories that she told me about myself as a little boy, and things that I recognized seeing in myself that there was something moving, like with a chessboard, there was something moving the pieces of my life. And there is something moving the pieces of all of our lives, because Lao Tzu said in the Tao Te Ching, you are not doing anything, you're just being done. And then if you look at your own body, you have a true recognition of this, don't you? That I always say, everybody in the room, let's say there's 1,000 people here, just take a look at your fingernails and your fingers. Just take a look at your 10 fingers and talk to your fingers today before you go to bed tonight and ask them to stop growing fingernails. That you're tired of it, like I was tired of writing and worn out from it and so on. And just ask it, just tell it, demand it. Just say, I don't want my fingernails to grow. I got to cut those cuticles. I got to chew them. and I'm just tired of that. I'm going to put a stop to that. And you have this awareness that there is something doing that to your fingers, growing your fingernails every single day, independent of your opinion about it. It makes no difference who the I that you think that you are is directing that. Now, the interesting thing about it is, if there's 1,000 people in here, and we each have 10 fingers, that means there's 6,000 fingers in this room. Those 6,000 fingers don't each have an individual separate God for those fingers. There's some kind of an impersonal, non-dual, non-local intelligence that is growing every one of our fingernails every single moment that we are alive. And we are all connected by that intelligence, by that invisibleness, by that infinite consciousness. And not only that, but if there's 6 billion people on this planet, there's 60 billion fingers, and that intelligence is growing every single one of those fingers, and we are all connected to it. That alone is enough of an awareness to recognize that there is no individual consciousness, there's a group consciousness. It's beating all of our hearts. And it's taking place independent of your opinion about it. Now, you can understand this when it comes to your bodies, because like I have a picture of myself when I was 20 years old on the wall at my home, and I look at that picture, and then I look at myself in the mirror 50 years later, and I cannot see one single cell that was in that 20-year-old body that is in this 75-year-old body, and yet I am still here. The I that I am, the I that is we, the I that is collective, the self, the infinite consciousness within each and every one of us is ageless. It's beginningless. It is endless. And it is taking care of everything that needs to be taken care of for you. Not only is it doing that, as I started writing, I can see clearly now, I realized that what I just said that applies to your body also applies to everything else in your life. There is an intelligence that is taking care of it all, and it was all laid out for you from the beginning. The problem is that we came into this world and we took on a set of beliefs that had us believe that we're separate from each other instead of that we're all connected to each other. By all you have to do when you're looking at a stranger and say, well, I don't know that person, just recognize that whatever's beating its heart is beating yours. It's not a separate intelligence over here for his heart and then a separate one for yours. It's not a separate fingernail God for this one and for there. It is in every one of us. And this intelligence is infinite, even though these bodies of ours that show up and manifest in this space are not. So I have had so many things have been taking place in recognition of this intelligence, and I call them callings. Things that are just, they're desires that are placed into my heart that I had nothing to do with. I don't even believe that I'm the thinker of the thoughts that I have. That thought is just something that just shows up, and we can pick whichever ones we want to use at any given time. We can't go inside of our brains and look and find our thoughts, find a thought in there. We can find the command center in our brains that allow us to have a thought that says, I think I'm going to wiggle my finger, and then you have that thought, which you don't even know what it is, you can't get a hold of it, it's beyond your senses, and then you wiggle your finger, and instead of going, wow, booga, booga, but look at that. There's something invisible going on inside of me. Is it inside of me? Because I know that my brain isn't filled. If they open it up, they're not going to find a bunch of thoughts in there. That what is this thing? This intelligence, this energy, that I have a thought about something and I can just wiggle my finger or move my thumb or move my head or tip my hat or whatever it is. It's going on instantaneously at all moments of our life. And the scientists can find the command center inside of our brain, but no scientist has ever been able to find the commander in the command center that says, I think I'm going to wiggle my finger. And not very long ago, I was, when things start showing up in your life, you have to recognize that invisibleness within you that you cannot comprehend or understand with your senses, you can't see it, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, it's beyond, it's impervious to the senses, that these things called burning desires that show up are not placed there by our own egos and by our own personalities. They're placed there by the same thing that is growing your fingernails. Now, a book came into my life that was radically transformative of my life just about a year ago. I called Leon, who was the head of Hay House here, and they don't even publish it. I asked him to see if you could get them here because I'd like every one of you to be able to purchase one. It's very inexpensive. It will radically shift your life. Now, on my flight down here from Los Angeles to Brisbane, two of my daughters were with me. And while they slept and got all excited about being able to fly in business class and said, it's the greatest night of my life, one of my daughters said, it's just the greatest night of my life. I can't even believe that I'm here. I can actually lie down and sleep all the way to Australia. It's just like, I've never heard of such a thing. And you can order whatever you want, and you can... I was sitting there with a little light coming over here for 16 hours, 15 hours, whatever it was, and I was doing and I'm not exaggerating because I don't. What I say is truth. That's one of the things I've learned to be in the last 3 years especially, to be very careful about being in a place of truth. I read this book for the 10th time completely through. And I said to one of my daughters who was watching her 6th movie or whatever it was that she was doing over there next to me, I said, oh my God, this is the 10th time I've read this book in the last year, and I finally am getting it. It's like a new book. It's an energy that I didn't grasp it before. The name of the book, it was written in 1914, 100 years ago, and it was published under the name Anonymous, because the man who wrote it was a Lutheran minister. And this book came into this world through something called automatic writing. Now, I know about automatic writing because I wrote a book called The Power of Intention that was automatic writing. It just wrote itself. At one of the lowest points in my life, it wrote itself. Each of these 81 essays in Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life were automatic writing directed to me by looking at a painting of a man who lived 2,500 years ago and directed me on what to say and how to say it and what it means today. I was flabbergasted that I even knew it. As I went back, when I wrote I Can See Clearly Now, and I would get to that stage, when I would write that chapter in here about what was taking place, I would read it and say, I just can't believe how good this is. Especially The Power of Intention. I said, I didn't even know that I knew this. I don't even remember writing this. I don't remember how it possibly could have come through me and where all these quotes came and all of the things that showed up. It's that moment when you just let go. Like I gave up alcohol 30 years ago, over 30 years ago. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in my body in over 30 years. And in the Tao, it says, if you want to accomplish great things, think small. Don't think I'm never going to have a drink for 30 years. Think, I'll just not have one today. Or wait, maybe this morning. or wait, in the next hour. Well, certainly I can go 5 minutes. And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with that step, and you think small and you think big. And it's having this kind of an awareness that there's nothing that you can't accomplish for yourself if you allow yourself to listen. And in the recovery movement, we call this letting go. And you know the rest. What? Letting God. Letting go and letting whatever you call this invisible, you could be an atheist. It doesn't make any difference. And believe in God. It's very simple. Because when I was on the show with Oprah Winfrey and I was explaining this healing that had taken place and how the leukemia had left my body and all of that, and she was saying, you can't just say, that you had this miraculous healing and so on. I said, you absolutely can say that when the student is ready, the teachers appear. When you have a level of readiness for something to take place in your life, there are absolutely no limitations. The problems that most of us have is that we listen to somebody else's idea of what our Dharma should be. Very often it's our relatives. They're very good at it, I've often said that our friends are God's way of apologizing for our relatives, all right? Because our friends, a friend, here's a definition of a friend. Someone before whom I can think out loud. Whatever it is. So many of us have allowed our life's mission and or we have something called a burning desire, and then we allow somebody else's idea that this isn't right, or you shouldn't do that, or this is your culture, or this is the family, you have to do it this way, and you get to a point. There's a woman here in Australia, her name is Bronnie Ware, and she wrote a book. She was a hospice nurse for 8 years, and she interviewed people who were crossing over, who were making their transition and leaving. And she would ask them, do you have any regrets? What are your regrets? And she wrote a book called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying, of some 700 or 800 people that she interviewed and chronicled their regrets. The number one regret of people who were in hospice, who were getting ready to cross over, was, I wish I would have had the courage to live the life that I knew I came here to live. I wish I would have had the courage to do that. And I can say after writing, I can see clearly now, and looking at my life, I have been willing to listen to that same intelligence that's growing my fingernails and opening the roses, and allow it to move and direct the course of my life from the time that I was a little boy. For some reason, that passion that I have felt inside, when other people tried to squash it, I was able to resist. Even as a young boy, when I was living in the orphanage, when I was 7 years old, and I came home from school and I asked Mrs. Scarf, we had a home there with a whole lot of children that lived there. And I said to her, Mrs. Scarf, I said, what's a scurvy elephant? She said, a what? I said, a scurvy elephant. She said, I've never heard that. Where did you hear that? I said, well, I heard Mrs. Poole, who was my third grade teacher, telling the principal that Wayne Dyer was in her classroom and that he was a scurvy elephant. So she got on the telephone and called the principal, and the principal said, oh, no, that's Wayne. He gets everything mixed up. She didn't say that he was a scurvy elephant in her classroom. She said that he was a disturbing element in her classroom. E. Cummings, to be nobody but yourself in a world which is doing its best night and day to make you just like everybody else means to fight the greatest battle there is to fight and never stop fighting. To be nobody but yourself, to be willing to listen to the outrageous claims, as Shakespeare said it in Hamlet so beautifully, to be or not to be. That is the question. Every time I fly in first class, I always ask for seat 2B. I want to be. I don't want to not to be. 2B. It's my favorite seat. But the lines that follow his Hamlet's oratory are more important. Whether 'tis nobler in the minds of men to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and thus, by opposing, end them. You have to be willing to listen. And those burning desires that are placed inside of you, that call you, beg you, insist upon you moving in this direction, being willing, being determined, being fearless, loving yourself enough to let go of the expectations that have been imposed and placed upon us by all of the people who know better, all of the cultural impositions that are placed upon us. There is something inside each and every one of us that is beyond the world of our senses. Our thoughts have nothing to do with our senses. Our thoughts are just experienced. They're not what we experience with. They are experienced. Who we are is an infinite, divine, organizing, spiritual, infinite intelligence. It is beginningless. It is endless. You can never die. Who you are, and one of the things that you'll grasp and get a hold of is this wonderful recognition of your infinite nature, Emily Dickinson, a very, very well-known American poet from the 19th century, holding up a handful of dust, would say, and I remember this poem so well because when my mom passed away 3 years ago, because I got back with my mother when I was 10 years old. She only put us in orphanages because my father abandoned us. And when she passed away, she was cremated a day or two later, and they gave my two brothers and I this urn full of ashes. And we were holding this urn. That was my mother. My mother was such a beautiful, sweet, divine soul. And your grandmother, I mean, she's just always kind, always loving, always there when she finally was able to get her life back together. And I said this to my brother David and my brother Jim. I said, surely this isn't Mother. This urn full of dust and dirt, ashes. Listen to Emily Dickinson. This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies and lads and girls, was laughter and ability and sighing and frocks and curls. This passive place, a summer's nimble mansion where bloom and bees fulfilled their oriental circuit, then ceased like these. Or Longfellow, life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returneth, was not written of the soul. It's like you have been conditioned to believe that you are what you experience with your senses. If you can touch it, if you can smell it, if you can see it, if you can hear it, if you can feel it, then it is real. Otherwise, it is not. But my teacher in India, Nisargadatta Maharaj, said, that is real, which never changes. The only thing that is real is that which is infinite or eternal. That's the soul. That's the part of you, interior, the thoughts, the burning desires that are placed there, not by you, but by something called the impersonal life. And that's the book. This is the little book right here. And I asked Leon to get it. It's out. They went out and made copies, and because the book is in eminent domain, they were able to copy them. They're here for you. It's inexpensive. It's a book, like I said, I've read it 10 times. Now, here's what the book is. It was written in 1914, published anonymously because the man who wrote it was a Lutheran minister. He was receiving messages, much like the Course in Miracles, much like the Urantia book, much like a good part of my own writing when you begin to learn how to write from the soul, that you let go and you let God. It isn't just how to get over alcohol or drugs. It's how to allow this intelligence to flow through you and to recognize that there is a personal part of you which is your resume. It's your ego. It's your accomplishments. It's the things you own. It's how much money you have. It's how beautiful you are. It's all of the things that you've accumulated. It's your reputation, that is all of the things that other people think about you. All of this stuff that has dominated our lives, mine included, for so long a part of our lives, that the internal callings, these powerful internal directions that are, when you have an excitement inside of you, an enthusiasm, in Greek the word enthusiasm breaks down to entheos, God, within, the God within. Everything that excites you, everything that turns you on and gets you recognizing that this is what I'm here for. This is what I came here to do. That, I was at this place in up near Brisbane called Currumbin, is it? Currumbin? Sounds something like Currumbin. It's this place where they have these koalas and you can go in and hold them. They gave me a very special tour, a beautiful place. I encourage you to support it. And the two people that were working there, one was the assistant to Steve Irwin, who died when that, what was it, Stingray, there it is, yeah. You're saying it in Australian, that's the problem. Yeah, but see, he knew, and that he would go that way is not at all a surprise, that he would leave this world and, and leave his body behind because he's infinite. There is no death. There is no death. There's nothing to fear in death. It's easy. It's, It's a divine experience. I know my mother has already visited me once since she passed away 2.5 years ago. Anyway, the two people that run this place and all that, it's their whole life. They have a hospital there. They bring in wounded little birds and animals of every kind, turtles, whatever, and they take care of them and they feed them. And we went in and watched them do surgery on a little bird and giving it oxygen. And so it's their whole life. It's preserving some of these species that are endangered. It's that excitement. It doesn't have to be writing or music or entertainment of any kind. It can be, setting up an orphanage. It can be riding horses. It can be anything, But when you have that interior knowing that this is who I am and that enthusiasm for it, when you allow it and when you follow it through and you don't fight it back, what happens is that you start aligning with God, with this source, this invisibleness within us. And it's not within, it's everywhere. There's no place that it is not. There's no place that it is not. It's in you, and it's in everything that you perceive to be missing from your life. So therefore, whatever you perceive to be missing from your life, this intelligence, God, is there and in you. All you have to do is align with it, and you can attract it and pull it into your life, and all things become possible. So what this is, this book, The Impersonal Life, it's a book, by the way, that, I was in Australia on the 16th of August, 1977, on the radio in Sydney, when they came over the radio and announced that Elvis had just passed away. And so my interview was over, and it was time for You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. And they played Elvis music, and of course Elvis was just this. Elvis carried this book with him. He had it with him when he died. He said it was the only thing that allowed him to entertain and write the way he did in his life, the music and so on that he did. It was the carrying of this book. It looks like this here, The Impersonal Life. Sky, would you give these out to two people that you decide should have them? Okay, there you go. Can you get it? Can you reach that? One more. Somebody just pass them out back there. Yeah. And make sure you get the right person. Okay. Yeah. And I know most of you'll want to get this. It's just a few dollars, and it's. But what it is, what this book is, and it came to me, and when I started reading it, I was just. It asks you at the beginning to be still and know that I am God. I am God. And the I that is saying that is you. This word I am, very, very significant, 2 words. When Moses was at Mount Sinai and talking to a burning bush that was not being consumed and asking, who is this that is directing me to free my people? Who is this that is, what is your name? And in Exodus, the book of Exodus in the Torah, Exodus 3, verse 18, Moses is told, my name is I am that I am, and that shall be my name for all future generations. Every time you use the word I am, you are saying the name of God. When Jesus was about to be stoned, in the book, I think it's in Matthew, it might be in Luke, and he is asked the question by the Pharisees who were about to stone him. He said, why would you stone me? And they said, because you blaspheme. You claim to be God. And Jesus' words were, now you weren't raised on this if you're Christian. Jesus' words to the Pharisees were, is it not written in your laws that I have said you are gods? That God is not something outside of you. God is what you are. It's that same intelligence that's doing all of it. There's no place that it is not. Or if you go to Psalms in the Old Testament, Psalms 82, you are all children of the Most High. You are gods. Right out of the spiritual literature. Or go to Philippians, St. Paul, have in you the same mind as Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God. But were you raised on that? We were raised instead because we, out of our egos, created a God of the ego, an individual with a beard and with, like a cosmic bellboy. That is like, all I have to do is just ask it for something and it's going to give it to me. Not understanding for a second that God is what Jesus said, God is love. And all you have to do is recognize within, instead of being afraid, to recognize the God within yourself, to remember that every time you use the word I am, you're saying the name of God. In the book of Joel, it says, let the weak man say, I am strong. That's why I say, I am cancer-free. I am well. I am perfect health. I don't need any documentation for that by a medical team of any kind. I don't need a reading on a piece of physical reports back to me, medical records that tell me this. I am. I am. Each and every one of us has this I amness within them. And what this book, The Impersonal Life, did for me is it taught me, because it's written like this, it's a conversation between your impersonal self, that is the part of you that is non-local, that has nothing to do with your senses, that has nothing to do with your resume, that is in every single one of us, talking to your ego, talking to the personal self, and having a conversation with it, and teaching yourself how to react to. And one of the things it says in there that is so important and so powerful is that every single desire that you have is placed there by me being the impersonal self. So that when you have a burning desire, when you are called to do something and you have a sense that this is the direction my life has to take. Now, I've had these callings in my life. I had them, perhaps the most important calling like this I had in my life occurred on the 30th of August in 1974. I write about it here and I can see clearly now. Another one of the callings that I had was when I turned 65 to give up everything that I had, to let it all go, and to read the Tao and to study it. And my kids will tell you, I gave away everything I had. All of my clothes were given to homeless people. They were some of the best dressed homeless people you've ever seen. I had 20,000 books or more that were all donated to hospitals and to places where people can't afford books, schools and so on. I gave away my apartment, my garden apartment where I had done all of my writing for the previous 20 years. I let it all go, gave it all away. Because I was called to do something. You're all being called. You have these impulses all the time. Here's what it says on page 221. Again, if you will look back, you will recall many times when you felt strongly impelled to do certain things, some of which you did with perfect results, others of which you argued against, your intellect reasoning you into different action, and often with a failure or disappointment or suffering as a result. Now hear this. This impelling consciousness was only your real self, I within you, that is the personal self, God, Source, Divine Mind. If you don't like those words, call it Louise. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't need a name. Distinctly telling you what to do. At those moments, you were hearing with your spiritual ears, my ears, meaning the impersonal, meaning God speaking to you. And when you impersonally obeyed, success and satisfaction followed you. When you personally thought you knew better, discomfort, regret, and unhappiness often resulted. This is the story of I Can See Clearly Now, of having a willingness to listen and be a scurvy elephant, meaning it doesn't matter if someone else thinks or says you should do it a certain way. It doesn't make any difference. Being willing to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And ultimately, it doesn't even take courage to do that, because the more the people around you realize that you are your own person and you're going to fulfill your dharma and you're going to listen to it, even if everybody else out here thinks that I shouldn't be doing it and everybody in my family ostracizes me, it doesn't make any difference. I am going to listen to that voice. And that voice is capable of creating miracles. Even the least among you can do all that I have done. You have that within you. And that calling on the 30th of August, 1974, was when I went to my father's grave. My father had walked out on us when I was just a baby. And he had three boys. My mother had three boys under the age of 4. I was born in 1940. My brothers were born in 38, 36, during the Great Depression. War was getting ready to start all over the planet, World War II. And he just took off. And I spent my youth into my 20s trying to find this man. When I got back with my mother, when my mother finally realigned her family and got us all back together, my oldest brother was someone I didn't even know. I met him at 10. I knew him apparently when I was 1 or so, but then we got separated. My brother David and I went through it all together, all the different homes and places that we lived. And neither one of them had this burning desire inside to know their father. My oldest brother Jim just dismissed him because he just didn't like him. He remembered him. I had no memory of him, but I had to know. I didn't even know what a father was. I didn't even know the word father meant until I was 6 or 7, because where I lived in the foster homes and so on where I lived, there were no fathers. But at any rate, to shorten that story, I ended up in my teens. I would dream about my father every night. I would just be filled with anger and remorse and rancor and rage. I'd wake up, I'd have dreams about him. He spent several years in prison. He was an alcoholic, an abusive man. He was a womanizer. He was a thief. He left my mother and involved himself with 6 or 7 other women, 4 or 5 of which he married. Some were much younger than him. And then in 1964, when I was 24, he passed away, but I didn't know that. I even went to his mother's funeral and volunteered as a pallbearer to carry her body to the grave, thinking I would meet my father. He has to be there. He wouldn't miss his mother's funeral. And he missed his mother's funeral and sent a note and said he couldn't show up because he was afraid my mother would put him back in jail for non-support and so on. This was the man that I had to know about. And every time I told my mother I wanted to know about him, she would just be filled with internal rage. You just don't know what he was and how bad a person he was. But I had to know. And it was a burning desire. Has there been something inside any one of you that you just feel like you're not going to be complete until you reconcile it, whatever it might be? It could be anything. And in 1964, he passed away. And in 1974, I was told by a cousin that I didn't even know I had, who knew that I had been searching for my father. I'd traveled all over the country looking for this man, interviewing his ex-wives and so on. And she told me, she said, "I'm sorry to tell you, Wayne," she said, "but your father died in 1964, 10 years ago. I know you've looked for him." And he died in New Orleans, Louisiana. And his body was shipped to a place called Biloxi, Mississippi. And he He was buried in a pauper's grave. That's all I know. He had no money. He was an alcoholic, and he died of cirrhosis of the liver at the age of 49. So that didn't stop my quest. I got on a plane. I flew to New Orleans. I rented a car. I drove to Biloxi. I found out where he was buried. That's a much more involved story than that. We've done a whole film about it called My Greatest Teacher, which I encourage you to watch if you like, a reenactment of some of the events of this time. And I actually went to my father's grave to piss on his grave. I did. That's where I was at that time. I was filled with rage. I just couldn't imagine somebody treating my beautiful mother the way that he treated her and just abandoning 3 children. It just isn't something that I could process in me. And I found his grave. It was on the ground. It said Melvin Lyle Dyer, 1914 to 1964. I cleaned it off, and I cursed, and I swore, and I yelled, and I questioned, and I cried. It was like the end of a vision. And I went, and I got back. I was there for 3 hours, 2.5 to 3 hours. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, just getting dark. And I got into my rental car, put on the lap belt, and I was going to drive back to New Orleans, take a flight up to New York. I was a professor at a university in New York City called St. John's University, the largest Catholic university in the world. And I was going to get ready for the fall semester, which was going to start in 2 weeks, to teach the graduate students that were my students. I was 34 years old. And as I started to drive away, a voice, something, an energy, called me back. It's a calling. And I went back to my father's grave. And something came over me in that moment. Something that changed the entire course of my life. I blurted out loud, and I had no idea because I wasn't in the consciousness that I live in today. I blurted out loud, from this moment on, I'm sending you love. Who am I to judge you or anyone? Given the conditions of your life, you did what you knew how to do. You can't ask any more of anyone. I let go. I was sobbing, and I was free. I forgave my father. I just let it go. Honestly, to tell you the truth, right now, right here, in this moment, I feel him here. I have to be careful. I could break down up here. And I have really shortened this. This was the signature moment of my life. At that time, I was overweight. I was drinking. I was doing drugs. I was not taking good care of myself. I was in a terrible relationship. My writing, I was writing textbooks, which was easy, but they weren't what I felt in me. I didn't want to write textbooks. I was writing just to get promoted. And I'd written 3 textbooks, all of which were very successful, but I was just off. I got back in the car, and it was like this huge weight had just been taken off of me. I got back to New Orleans. I flew up to New York City. And I went to my home in West Babylon, New York, on Long Island, and gathered up all of the notes that I had been taking, all the recordings of the lectures that I had been giving. I've written about all of this, and I can see clearly now. And I gathered it all up, put it into a big suitcase, flew down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, rented a car, drove to the Spindrift Motel on A1A between Oakland Park and Sunrise Boulevard, checked in, and I sat down, and I wrote. And I wrote. Morning, noon, and night. I hardly even ate. One night I wrote so much, I wrote 77 pages one night, and I forgot to number the pages. And they were all over the motel room floor. And I had to gather them all up and try to figure out which one went where. It's when you let go and just allow this infinite intelligence to flow through you that magical things begin to happen. And that book I wrote was called Your Erroneous Zones. It was published in 1976, about a year and a half later. It became the #1 selling book in the world for the entire decade of the 1970s, fiction and nonfiction. It's published in 47 languages, over 100 million copies of it in print. I changed everything about my life. I started running and exercising. I stopped drinking. I got out of the relationship that I was in. Everything in my life turned around. I met my wife, who became the mother of 7 of my children, of 7 of my 8 children. It all turned around in a moment of forgiveness. Mark Twain said, "Forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heel that has crushed it." It's like you got to be like that violet. And whatever it is that happens to you, out of you comes something called divine love. Divine love is very different than any other kind of love. I'll speak about it later. This moment, these callings, there have been so many of them in my life. I have a little children's book up here called I Am. And the subtitle is Why 2 Little Words Mean So Much. I am, the name of God. Being able to reference and say the words I am. One of the reasons I've written 6 children's books is because I really believe the lessons that we have to learn of infinite consciousness and who we are can be inculcated in very young children who can grow up to understand that what they feel deep within them and what they know, and when those burning desires that are placed there, not by yourself, your body, your mind, your senses don't know anything about a desire, can't get one, don't know what it is it composed of thoughts, what is it made out of? These are things that they're just amorphous, formless energies that are with you that you have no idea how they got there. They got there because your impersonal self, God, who allowed you to manifest into this world of infinite consciousness, placed those desires within you. That's why they're there. And in 1940, this book was republished under the name Joseph S. Benner, B-E-N-N-E-R. Because when he passed away, the year that I was born, he passed away. His wife felt that what he had written was so profound, and if the Lutheran Church didn't like it, it was too bad, that she was going to put his name on it. And it is now in public domain for all of you to hear. And you know, Sage, would you pass these out to, are there any moms here? Right over here, that lady right there, come on up. Yeah, that one. Yeah, both of you, you and you. Yeah, one for each. Would you just hand them to them? Yeah, you, stand up. You got it. I Am. Wonderful book, a wonderful children's book to read to your children. I am. 2 very important little words. And you know, I spend a lot of time around little children. I had 8 of my own. I have 9 grandchildren. And the woman who works with me, her name is Dee Garnes. She's my assistant. She's my life breath. She takes care of everything for me. She has 2 little babies. And I was giving her a quote about a poem by William Wordsworth. William Wordsworth said that our birth, this is a famous Victorian English poet, our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. See, this infinite consciousness allows things to manifest within it, like your body, and like everything that you see and touch in the world. Everything is made out of this infinite consciousness. And children, especially very young children, I've always been intrigued by babies, especially newborns, because I talk to them. I used to talk to my girls like, tell me about God. I know you know. My wife would say, she's 3 days old. I said, I know, but I know that she knows. And Dee had a little boy, his name was Marcus, and he was 17 months old. And I was telling her about Wordsworth and the poems and this recognition of reincarnation, because there's so much more evidence now that bodies can reincarnate. There's a book called Soul Survivor. If you've ever doubt reincarnation, read Soul Survivor, about a little boy who reincarnated as a pilot who was killed at Iwo Jima during World War II, who knew everything about not only who that he was, but every one of his friends. And then the little boy went, because the people that were still there, 2 of them were still alive in their 90s, went back and told them their nicknames and all of the things about them. There's so much evidence on it. It's impossible for it to just be a set of happenstances or coincidences. At any rate, it's an awareness that I'm really aware about. And I said to her one day, I said, Dee, talk to Marcus. Ask him about God. He's just starting to put words together. He can't even say sentences yet. He can just say one word at a time. And so one day she said to him, Marcus, she said, what's heaven like? And Marcus looked at her and looked up, and he said, he put his arms up like this. He just put his arms up like this. He said, like this. And she said, well, tell me about God. What is God like? This is his first word. He said, light. Those were his words. So I took that word and that little story that I just told you, and I put it on my Facebook page, which has about 2.5 million people on it. And I asked for people from all over the world, many from here in Australia, if you have ever had any experience that indicates that what Wordsworth said, that heaven lies about us in our infancy, that these little beings have just come. I wonder how many of you who are parents who have children who had invisible friends when they were little. How many invisible friends? Look around. This is a third of the audience. You know, these are not friends that they can't see, that it's just part of their imagination. These are like, one of my daughters had an invisible friend. Whenever we gave her a bath, we had to give a bath to Jessie. Whenever we sat down at the table, we had to set a special place for her. And she could see her, she could talk to her, she could feel her. The children at this time have this amazing capacity for recollection of moments before coming to Earth. So I asked for that, and we got about 2,500 to 3,000 responses from people all over the world. Some of them were just so amazing. One of the stories was of a woman who had a little baby, and she wrote a lullaby for her when she was, and she sang it to her up all the time until she was 2 years of age. And then the little girl died. She lost her baby, and she was just heartbroken. And then 7 years later, she had another daughter. And she was just so happy. And one day when the daughter was about 3 or 4 years old, she started singing the same lullaby, the lullaby that had been written for the baby sister that had died 5 years before. And the mother said to the little girl, where did you hear that? Where did you hear that song? And the little girl, in all of her innocence, just said, Mommy, don't you remember? You used to sing that to me all the time. And it was like, and so we put together a story, a collection of those. It's called Memories of Heaven. It came out the day before yesterday I just saw it in Brisbane for the first time last weekend with myself and Dee Garnes. And it's filled with all of these, plus all of these stories. So some of the stories, one woman had a little girl who always talked about her grandma, but she didn't have a grandmother. Her grandmother had died like 3 or 4 years before she was born, and her father, they didn't even know. And they went to the cemetery. The mother went to the cemetery without even telling the daughter what she was doing. And the daughter went, and there was a whole bunch of new burials since the last time she had been there. The little girl who always talked about her grandma ran through all of the rows of it and went and stopped right here and stood and said, "Grandma, this is where Grandma is." And the mother just stood there looking like, oh my God, what do these children know? It's really amazing how much little children have these awarenesses. They're invisible friends, they're intuitive knowings, they're recognition. So many children have stories about reincarnation within the same family. So we put it all together and we put it out as a book. It just came out, Children's Astounding Recollections of the Time Before They Came to Earth. I think you're going to love this. It's just something that I'm really very, very proud of. Sky, will you pass a couple of these out? Yeah. Come on, get it. Earn your money over here. First class all the way down here, business class. Yeah. So these two little words, I want to share another story with you, and it's a story about my youngest daughter. We were in Brisbane in 1989 on Valentine's Day, 14th of February. They have that here, right? You celebrate Valentine's Day here? Yeah. And we had 4 children in the previous 7 years. And the last thing on my mind was having any more children. It was impossible. That was not going to happen under any conditions. There's just no way. We were on the 14th floor of the Hilton Hotel, and my wife was asleep in the bed next to me with our son, who was about 1.5 years, maybe even 1 year, still nursing. And I was asleep in this bed with our other daughter, Serena, who was just barely 3. And it was 4 o'clock in the morning. And one of the strangest things that ever happened in my life happened to me that night. My wife turned into something that I don't even know what it was going on. I had never seen this kind of behavior from her ever before or ever afterwards. She got up and she started moving the furniture around in the hotel room. And she was sort of in a coma, just like she wasn't even really awake. And she took Serena, who was like less than 3, came in and picked her up and put her in the bed next to us and got into bed with me. And it had been a while since I had had any kind of activity like this. Since she was nursing or pregnant, she used to say I went from a 36C to a 32 long in 1 decade, so at least she had a sense of humor about it. And she came into the bed with me and started fooling around. When I tell you, in 25 years, never before, never after, when those things happened, it was because I was moving things around and wanting those things to happen. That was not her way. And so we made love in Brisbane. And just to be absolutely certain that even though she was insane, I was still awake. And I said, this is not happening. I withdrew from there at that critical moment. That was the end of that. And we named our last daughter Withdraw. Or should have. Because somehow there was this infinite intelligence that is in all things was directing the whole play that night. And this little soul that had to get here, because I used to say to my kids when they would get upset with me, if you don't like the way I'm parenting, if you think that I'm doing it wrong, then you shouldn't be upset with me. You should be blaming yourself for having picked me in the first place. My daughter Serena one time said, when I said that to her, she said, "What are you talking about? You're trying to tell me that I picked you to be my father, and I picked Mom to be my..." I said, "Exactly, that's the way it works." Now, I was being facetious at the time. I didn't realize there's an awful lot of kids who come in and say they picked their parents. There's probably some of you in here who have told you that they absolutely picked you at that time. So she said to me, "You're telling me that I actually picked you? I can't even believe that." I said, "Yes." She said, "I must have been in a hurry, So, obviously, this little child picked us. I wrote a poem about it. I've published it in this book, in Memories of Heaven. It's in there. I think it's on page 61, if I'm not mistaken. Just a little thing that I said to my wife. Brisbane, where God was revealed to us. Only the two of us know the magic and the awe of that presence. Against impossible odds, our connection to eternity further reinforced and strengthened. Yet the paradox always lingers. We are in control, we are not in control. We are doomed to make choices. All I am certain of is our love embedded in forever. And that little girl has always had a very magical sense about her. Always kind of a knowing. Excuse me. Ooh, I bet you that sounds great. Oh, gross. Come on, tell me. Oh, Daddy, you're so gross. So she had an experience when she was 4, 5, 6 years old that I wanted her to write about and write a children's book about it, because I want children to know that they have an invisible, divine, organizing intelligence within them that is capable of doing anything. And an absolute miracle happened one time. She wrote a little story about it. I published it in a book called There's a Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. And then I asked her to write a children's book with me. It's called Goodbye Bumps. And her name is Sage, and she's now 25 years of age. Sage Withdrawal Dyer. Would you come on up on the stage, my love? Get over here, you.
I specifically told him not to use the word withdrawal.
Very beautiful. Tell your story. It's an amazing story, and it's an amazing book.
Okay. So basically, when I was about 5 years old, I developed a rash of bumps all over my face. And so, after a few weeks, my parents took me to the doctor to see what it was and what was going on. And the doctor diagnosed me as having flatwarts, which, aren't that uncommon in kids. And he said that they should probably go away on their own. Most of them do. So he told us to wait a few months, whatever. So we wait probably a year, and they still are not going away. And they're actually getting worse. They're spreading towards my eyes and all this stuff. So my parents took me back to the doctor, to another doctor, and he kind of said the same thing. He was like, let's give it a little more time, because the treatments on these kind of warts can be very harsh. And I was 6 probably at this time, and so they didn't want to put me through that. So we waited probably another year and a half, and finally my parents were like, this is it's getting crazy, because we were out in Maui and where my dad lives, and in the sun, my skin would tan, but the bumps wouldn't. Or I called them bumps because I didn't like the word wart, but so they wouldn't tan. So then they looked even more pronounced, and so they took me to a dermatologist, a specialist out in Maui, and he said he said basically you've had these bumps or these warts, whatever, for like 2-3 years now, and it just seems like your immune system isn't gonna kick in. Like, you're not fighting them, so we're gonna have to do something about it. You know, they're not gonna go away on their own.
Pull the mic up a little closer. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay. And he said they're just not going to go away on their own, so we're going to do something about it. So he was like, I'm going to tell you your options. And he spoke directly to me, because my parents always let all of us make decisions about, you know, our bodies when we were that age, and or at any age. And so he said to me, like, you know, your first option is we could burn them off, or, you know, freeze, dry, burn type of thing, and it will be painful, he said, and it will leave scars, you know, for a little while. And as, you know, a 7-year-old, I'm sitting there listening. I'm like, I don't want to freeze. That sounds awful. Okay, what's the next option? And he said, you know, your second option would be that you could take an oral medication. And he said, this medication, it may or may not work, and there's, you know, X number of side effects, and your skin's going to turn red, and you have to stay out of the sun, and all these things. So, you know, again, to me, as a 7-year-old, I'm sitting there like, I don't want to do that either. I'll stay with, these bumps aren't bothering me that much. I'll just keep them, you know. That's, I don't want to stay out of the sun and something that may or may not work. So anyway, I said to my parents, like, I don't want to do either of those. And so they sat and they talked with the doctor for a minute, and then they came back to me and they said, you know, we think maybe you have a third option. And I was like, okay, I'm listening. And they said, we think that you could heal yourself of these bumps, that you could talk to your bumps and that they'll go away. They'll listen to you. You could heal yourself. And I was like, okay, sounds good. I'll go with that option. Sounds like the best one to me. So, you know, we went home that night, and sorry. That was holy. And I went, and I got into my bed, actually my air mattress, because I was the youngest, so I always got the air mattress. And
that poor, she's so abused, you poor thing. Oh my God.
I know.
You had to sleep on an air mattress?
I did have to sleep on an air mattress. And so I got into my air mattress.
Can I give you some money or something?
I'll be okay. I'm okay now. And I pulled the covers over my head, and I talked to my bumps for like 5 minutes or so before I went to bed, and then that was it. I talked to them, went to bed, woke up in the morning, kind of forgot about it, and then did that again for the next 2 nights. So I did it for 3 nights, and then I got in bed on the 4th night, and I went to go talk to my bumps again, and I just reached up and I touched my face. And I was like, oh, it's smooth. And then I felt all around. I'm like, oh my God, my whole face is smooth. So I was so excited. I ran out of my bed, and I jumped into my parents' bed. I ran into their room, jumped into their bed, and I was like, they're gone, you guys, they're gone. And they were like, what's gone? And they didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, my bumps, they're gone. And my dad was like, they are? Come here. And he felt my skin, and he was like, he looked at me. He's like, oh my God, they're gone. And my mom couldn't believe it. So my dad looked at me. He's like, well, what did you say to them? And I was like, I could tell he was really excited, so I was like, I'm not going to tell you. And and he was like, no, you got to tell me. It went on. I mean, I decided it was a secret from that point on. For about a week, he was bribing me, you know, I'll take you to get ice cream, I'll give you $20, you know. I wouldn't tell him. I thought this was a really fun game for me, so I refused to tell him. And then, you know, they eventually gave up on asking. And I wrote a story about it in 4th grade. We had to write an essay. The prompt was called "Overcoming Obstacles." So I chose to write about my bumps, but I even ended that story saying, like, it's a secret, and I'm not going to tell you. I don't tell what I said to them. And so, I don't know, maybe like.
Yeah, maybe 10 years later.
10 years, maybe like 5 years ago, or like 7 years ago. I was like 18. And I realized, you know, the topic came up again, and I was sitting there, I'm like, why haven't I told them? I don't know why I kept this a secret so long. So I was like, I guess I could tell you now. And I told him that basically, you know, what I said to my bumps was that I told them that I loved them, but that we couldn't be together anymore. And that they had to leave. And I pictured them going, I pictured myself having clear skin, I pictured them falling off, like not leaving any scars and anything like that. And you know, and it worked. And so we told the dermatologist that, who was, you know, is a good friend of ours, and yeah, and what you told him,
Kenny,
actually.
yeah, Kenny Mallett, who's a dermatologist on Maui, when I told him that, he broke down. He was just so touched by that you could actually tell them and say and use the word love
Right.
as part of the healing, because love is the name for this infinite consciousness, this infinite intelligence. And it is all healing, and it is capable of doing anything.
Right.
So I published it in the book called "There's a Spiritual Solution to Everyone," written exactly the way she wrote it as a 7 or 8 year old, or however you were.
Yeah.
All the misspellings. She said
Yeah, and I had, like, hearts.
obstacles like popsicles and the whole thing. And if you've read that, you can see it in there. And then when we did this Memories of Heaven, I emailed her the entire context, all of the different things that these different people have told us from around the world about what children tell us. And we oftentimes will hear something from our children and think, well, they're just little, they don't know any better, and so on. And they're giving us this amazing information for us. And very often they just give it off and they don't think anything more about it. But anyway, you were saying that it really impacted you because you have a little niece, and you're with Marcus and Shiloh.
Yeah, well, this book impacted me because I feel like, I'm around children a lot. I babysit. I'm still in school, but I babysit on the side, and I don't know, just after reading the book, it definitely made me feel differently about kids. Like, I looked at them a little differently, not as, like, they are them full selves. They're full selves right now. This is who they are. They're real people,
Right.
but they still have this magic about them, But just to conclude also my story, the thing that I took away from my bump story for me now as an adult is that, because as a child, as that little 7-year-old, having my parents tell me that I could talk to my bumps and that they would go away was like enough of a reason for me to completely believe in what I was doing. I didn't have any doubt in my mind that I didn't think well, I'll try talking to them for a week, and if it doesn't work, I'll go back to the doctor and I'll take the medicine. That's not how I approached it. I just, as a child, I thought this is option number 3 that's equivalent to the other options, but even better because there's no side effects, and I know it's going to work, and I know this is going to be the last time that I'm dealing with these bumps. I had no doubt. I 100% believed in what I was doing, and I think that's why it worked,
Yeah.
No element of doubt.
Raising our children to have these kind of internal knowings within. And so, because one of the things I've been criticized by my kids have been very great keeping me down. If I ever raise my voice or say anything that's inappropriate, that they think is inconsistent with what I write about or show up on television, they'll say, I wonder what all those people think of Mr. Positive if they could see him here today. They keep me down.
It's true.
But one of the criticisms was that I just don't like medicine. I don't take any medicine. I've rid myself of all medications whatsoever, and I've been able to clear myself of leukemia. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. But this whole idea that we have to, that when you go to people who are looking for things to be wrong, instead of surrounding yourself with people who see things as already well, as already healed. That's a very important part of my book, Wishes Fulfilled. They recommend, they say that Jesus, speaks of God in there. He calls those things which do not exist as though they did. I am well. I am healed. And she saw herself as that. But getting them to go to doctors, yeah.
There were some times where we actually needed to go to doctors growing up, and he just, like Sky, for instance, walked around with a broken leg, I think, for 2 weeks.
But you can heal that.
Elbow?
You can heal that. That's not a big deal.
One time, the neighbor had to take me to get stitches because he thought I was fine. And
Never mind. Get off the stage. You're good. Thank you, honey. Very good. Goodbye, bumps. Sage, take a couple of those. Pass them up to this side of the audience. I think there's stairs over here, too. Yeah, pass a couple of those on. Goodbye, bumps. Wonderful story. All right, we have 2 more things to do. We're going to go to lunch about 15 minutes later than 12:30. We're going to go about 1:45. I've also been directed through these callings to see what happens is that when you get into this this knowing that Sage was talking about up there, this awareness that who I am is not this body that I'm in, that who I am is this thing called an infinite consciousness. I've been directed to the life and teachings of the Masters of the Far East, I'll be quoting some of it later this afternoon and tomorrow. It's an expedition that took place back in I think it was 1894 to 1897, where they met these people who lived at these elevated levels of awareness, who've moved beyond ordinary consciousness. And see, in order to be able to shift from ordinary to extraordinary, you have to be able to change your concept of yourself. And your concept of yourself is everything that you believe to be true. So in order to move, if everything that you believe to be true has got you to where you are now, then in order to get to a higher place, an exalted place, an infinite consciousness place, you have to change what you have believed to be true about what's capable, and what you're capable of. And that's one of the most difficult things that people have to do, is to change the things that you've believed to be true. Mark Twain again said, it's not the things that you don't know that get you into trouble. It's the things that you know for sure that just ain't so. Those are the things that you have to watch out for. You know, this awareness that I know something when in fact who you are is this God consciousness that knows everything, that it's all within you. All you have to do is tap into it. So the life and teachings of the Masters of the Far East. And then I was directed one day, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was in August last year, about a year ago now. And I live on Maui, so between the time of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., I stay out of the sun. Very intense sun in the middle of the ocean. But this day it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and something kept prodding me, it was 1 o'clock, to go for a walk. To leave where you are. I was reading, I was studying, I was preparing, doing some of the writing that I'm working on now, after I gave up writing. And started listening to that voice inside. And I just couldn't get it to go away. I just watched a film yesterday in my hotel room about a man named Jacob Lorber, who was called God's scribe. And he would hear these voices and he would record these voices that he was hearing. It's very much like Joseph Benner in The Impersonal Life, or the Course in Miracles. The entire Course in Miracles was just channeled information. Before I ever come on to speak, when Leon was introducing me, I always say what it says from the Course. If you knew who walked beside you at all times on this path that you have chosen, you could never experience fear or doubt again. If you just knew that you're not alone on this path, and that there is guidance that's always available to you, and that all you have to do is know it, believe in it, go to it, and you can see miraculous things happening. But what happens is, not only do miraculous things begin to happen for you, but as you move more and more towards God consciousness or God realization, then whatever it is that you place into your mind, the infinite consciousness begins to align with you and will send you what you need. Like, I am now doing 64 ounces a day of juicing as a way of living. I'm now doing things like coffee enemas every day, which is a way of bathing the liver in caffeine, which extracts coffee. My kids laugh at me, they think that's the silliest thing in the world. They want to start a whole franchise called Starbutts. I don't know if that's... They've got a slogan for me, it's nothing says morning like Folgers in your butt. I don't know, I don't think that's right. Rear entry only, no front doors, But when I first was introduced to that idea, I just thought it was the silliest thing ever. A woman had flown all the way to Maui when she found out that I had leukemia and told me about the Gerson miracle. And about which is a film that you should watch if you have any cancer anywhere in your body or know anybody that does. Just look at the kinds of, the miracle, the Gerson miracle, Gerson, Max Gerson, and his daughter Charlotte Gerson, who's now in her 90s and looks like she's in her 50s. And it's like, once you start making this consciousness shift and you make this shift, the universe starts to align with you and sends you what it is that you need. 2 years ago, I didn't think I would be living on juice like this and eating gluten-free and wheat-free and getting rid of so many of the toxicity that's in my life. Your liver is called to live for. That's what the word means. That every single drop of blood in your body goes to your liver every 3 minutes. It's a circulatory system. And if you can bathe your liver where all the toxins that you've accumulated in your life, from all the meat and all the drugs and all the alcohol and all of the poisons and all of the things that you have done in your lifetime, if you can get that liver bathed, and 3 years before when she brought me this coffee and she brought me a pot of coffee, she flew from Utah to Maui, brought me a pot of coffee, bought me 10 pounds of coffee. It had to be green, organic, raw coffee, gave me probiotics, what I'm supposed to take, and when she left, my son said, "What do you do with that?" I said, "If you think I'm going to put coffee up my ass, you're out of your mind." I gave it all away. I just said, that's 3 years later, I'm with a great teacher, great spiritual medical genius, an osteopathic physician who lives on Maui. He's named John Impe. He's feeling around in my body, and he said, "Wayne," he said, "your liver feels very stiff. A liver should be pliable and soft." He said, "I recommend that you do what I do." He said, "I recommend you do a coffee enema." I said, "Coffee enema? Where have I heard that before?" I said, "Well, how often?" He said, "For the rest of your life, every day." He said, "And you can bathe and rid the toxins from within your body this way, because the only way to get to your liver is not by drinking coffee, but it's through the portal vein, which goes directly to the liver and bathes it." And it's like, and I've been teaching this stuff for years. It's called, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And when you're not ready, the teachers are always there. This woman, Marion, flew all the way from Utah to Maui at her own expense just to give that to me. And today I celebrate her. And after doing that, and after having John of God have the remote healing, then all of the rest of this information began to come to me. And now what happens is, with your alignment, the universe just keeps sending you the right people, the right event, the right circumstances that you need. So it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's a hot day, and I finally just couldn't stop anymore. I said, "Okay, I'll do it. I will do it." And I put on a hat, put on sunscreen, and decided to go for this walk that just somehow I was being impelled to do. When you feel a strong, impelled desire to do something, it is your impersonal self speaking to you. When you ignore it, when you think it's silly, when you think other people's opinions are more important, when you think that's not something I could possibly do, and you allow yourself to ignore, then this divine consciousness, very often it'll take you down to a low point, because almost every spiritual advance that you make in your life is preceded by a fall of some kind or another. Those falls give you the energy, and sometimes it says in here that when you have to experience those low points, that evil, the sadness, the depression, the fears, the breakdowns, the things that, if you're drinking alcohol or doing drugs, the low points, those low points are what the impersonal self sent you there for, because it's the only way it can get your attention. And then once it gets your attention, then you can start to elevate, St. Francis of Assisi, one of the heroes in my life, I wrote a whole book in Assisi about his life called The Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. He said, "I have been all things unholy. If God can work through me, he can work through anyone." I got up, I walked, I went for about a mile and a half, came back, and I was just about to get back to where I live on Kaanapali Beach on Maui, and 4 people stopped me. They were all sitting in front of the hotel next to where I live, and they just said, "Hi, you're Wayne Dyer. I recognize you," and I'm very accustomed to that. I just went over, I talked to them, and she said, "My husband has the same kind of leukemia that you have, and he was told by his teacher in India that he should read a book called Vasistha's Yoga." Now, I had never heard of it. I didn't even know how to spell it, but I wrote it down, because when those kinds of things happen, I take notice, and I'm encouraging you to do the same. So I called Dee, who is my co-author with Memories of Heaven, And I asked her to order it for me, and it came in, and this is what it looks like. It's it's close to 1,000 pages. It's got some of the smallest print you'll ever see. It is some of the most deep, obtuse, esoteric kind of information. I got it, I used it as a doorstop for about a month. Worked real good for that. Every once in a while I would open it up and I would just read, look at this print. I mean, it's just, then I'd put it back and say, I just can't take this on. I just can't take it on. And months would go by, another month went by, and finally I just said, okay, I'll read what Muktananda wrote, the blessing, the beginning of this book. Swami Muktananda is a great teacher of mine, a man I admire very much as a saint walking among us. And he said this in his blessing: the Yoga Vasistha is a unique work of Indian philosophy. It is highly respected for its practical mysticism. The study of the great scripture alone, this great scripture alone, can surely help one to attain to God consciousness. For aspirants of the highest beatitude, the Yoga Vasistha is like nectar. It is a storehouse of wisdom. The path shown in this work is for those who are highly spiritually evolved, almost to the state of a siddha. It expounds the highest doctrine with many stories and illustrations. Not only philosophers, but even the modern psychologists and scientists will certainly find in it something related to their own discovery. It is the teaching of the sage Vasistha imparted to Lord Rama. It contains true understanding about the creation of the world. He said if all of the spiritual literature in the world were one day destroyed, but Yoga's Vasistha stayed, it would be enough to give us all that we need for spiritual liberation. Pretty high praise for a saint, from a saint. And so I said, all right, because it recommends in there in the foreword to this, it says, don't try to read more than 1 page a day. I'm just 75, I don't have enough time for that, all right? I started getting out my calculator and said, I don't know, I'm going to be 106 when I finish this, So I decided to do 10 pages a day. I'll do a reading from it sometime before, probably this afternoon, maybe when we come back from lunch before Anita speaks. It taught me about something called infinite consciousness, and they call it Brahman. That there is no place that Brahman is not, there is no place that infinite consciousness is not. And it says in there, just like infinite consciousness is unconcerned with all of the things that manifest within it, just as space, the space in this room, think of the space in this room and think of yourself as that space, that infinite, quiet, soft, formless intelligence that's within you. Space is unconcerned with all of the clouds that manifest within it. They can be dark, they can be bright, they can be black, they can be white, they can be cumulus, they can be cumulus nimbus, they can be stratus, they can be... Are you impressed with that? I got every one of the clouds. It's unconcerned. Space is unconcerned. Space is unconcerned with all of the things that manifest within here. If you get up and you start fighting in here, you scream and you holler, and space is unconcerned with it. Okay? So that who we are is that infinite space. And one of the things that they demonstrate in here, which I want to do for you right now, is the use of a clay pot. It asks the question, Vasistha asks the question, or answers the question that Rama asked, what is it that makes the clay pot the clay pot? This is really important to understand what it means to be light. And tomorrow, the last part of tomorrow, before we leave, I will go through the changes that you'll see taking place in yourself, what kind of a person you will become as you develop this infinite consciousness awareness. So if I were to ask you, what is it that makes this pot a pot? You would say, well, it's made out of clay, it's got a skin kind of around it, it's got this paint around it, and it's made out of the minerals and so on that constitute it, and that's what this pot is made out of. So if I were to take a hammer, and this pot was, by the way, I brought this all the way from Maui. It was made for me by my daughter Summer, who is not here on this trip with me, when she was an art student at a college in Alabama. And I brought it all the way with me for a reason. I carried it very carefully on the plane with me to be here with me here and also in Auckland next week. And if I were to take a hammer and I were to hit this clay pot as hard as I could hit it, and all of it would shatter, you would see that the pieces of this clay pot would all be here. And yet, there would be no clay pot. So what it is that makes this clay pot a clay pot has got to be something more than just the pieces, because if the pieces were over here all laid down, there would be no clay pot. In order for this clay pot to form into a clay pot, it needs something other than just the material that it is. It needs what? It needs the silent, empty, invisible space within, which is the only thing that allows this pot to be a pot. It cannot exist without the space, the quiet, formless, infinite space within it. Otherwise, there's no pot. Otherwise, it's just a whole lot of pieces. So if we extend the metaphor to ourselves, and remember now, the idea to think that, like when I left Maui, I took this pot and put it in my suitcase with me on my handbag that I carried on the plane. I knew that I had to take the stuff, the minerals, that make it up, but I didn't have to be concerned about the space inside, did I? I didn't have to say, oh, I better make sure I get the space with it, because I know that when I get to Australia, right, the space is going to be there, because there is no place that the space is not. It is wherever you go. There is no escaping the space, okay, inside. The infinite, quiet, silent space within. And the idea that this pot began when my daughter put it on that urn and turned it, and that's what brought the space, that's what brought this pot into reality? No. The thing that makes it a pot is the space inside, and that has no beginning. It's always there. And the idea that when I hit it and the space is gone, that the pot is gone, you can never kill the pot, because what makes the pot is the space inside of it, and it can never die. Now we take that same metaphor to ourselves, and we take the body that you are, with all of the chemicals, and the skin, and the hair, and the bones, and the rivers of fluid, and all of the things that constitute, and you think you are this body. You've come to believe this. You've been trained to believe that I am the body, but you're not the body. You're not even the mind. You're something way beyond that. So that we can take all of the things that constitute your physicalness and carve it all up, put it all out, and lay it out right here. And what it takes, and there's no you, because what we need for you to be you is the silent, empty, invisible space within. That's what makes you what you are. And the idea that you began when these bones started forming, and when that hair started growing, and when those fluids started circulating, is absurd, because what it is that makes you what you are is not these chemicals. You've looked at this body and it's changed 1,000 times. You've already been in thousands of bodies in this lifetime. They just keep changing, because that is real, which never changes. And what never changes is the infinite consciousness inside of you. And just like the cloud, the space here is unconcerned with anything that shows up into it, so is infinite consciousness, unconcerned. There is no individual you. There is only this space, this quiet, infinite, soft consciousness within you. That's what makes you who you are. And if we cut your body up in a million ways, we can never carve up that space within, because it has no beginning. It has no end. And Rama asks Vasistha over and over and over again the question, and he refers to the clay pot all the time, that what makes us what we are is not this physical stuff that we hang on to and think is our life, but who we are is infinite, divine, pieces of God. Each and every one of us are. So what I'm going to do now is ask you, just before we go to lunch, it's going to take about 15 minutes, and we're going to do a meditation together. It's a very powerful meditation. You can Google this when I wouldn't leave. This is as good, one of the things that's really important here. You can never come to know infinite consciousness until you are able to meditate and get quiet. Melville said, God's one and only voice is silence, and the awareness that all of man's troubles stem from his inability to sit quietly in a room alone. You can Google the words Isha, I-S-H-A, which means that which is the source of creation. Isha, I-S-H-A. Kriya, K-R-I-Y-A. Kriya. It means an internal action. This is an internal action toward the source of creation. It is taught by a man who's going to teach it to you right now, and I'm going to do it with you. We're all going to do it together. His name is Sadhguru. Sadhguru, when he speaks in India, 250,000 people will show up. This is the recognition of his brilliance. He has taught me this meditation, and I have it on video. You can close your eyes, if you will, or open them. We're going to do about 7 minutes of a mantra. The mantra is, I am not the body, I am not even the mind. You'll say, I am not the body on the in-breath to yourself, and on the out-breath, I am not even the mind. After about 7 minutes of this, he will ask you, he will make a sound, and the sound is the sound of japa, the sound of God. Rather than ah, you'll say God, and it goes like this. After he does it, you'll follow. God. We'll do 7 of those. After those 7 are completed, and this is called japa, this is a repetition of the sound of God. After that is completed, we will listen for about a minute, and then he will sing for about 45 seconds a Sanskrit prayer, healing prayer, which is the one that I carry on this bracelet that was made for me. And then he is going to speak for 4 minutes, explaining this meditation. The whole thing will take about 19 minutes altogether, and then we'll go to lunch. So if you want to get ready, I always, you might want to take your shoes off. I always do. I will sit like this. And you'll see him appear on the screen. And if you have any questions, when he says,
I am not the body.
Here we go. In breath.
I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. I am not the body. I am not even the mind. Continue to do that. Utter this sound after me. Keep your eyes closed and just sit still with your face slightly turned upward. Sangarato va sangavinaha yasya brahmani ramate chitam yasya brahmani ramate chitam nandati nandati nandateva nandati nandati nandateva. Take your own time. Take your own time. Slowly, very slowly. Open your eyes.
Now listen for 3 minutes to what he explains. Very important what he tells you here.
In today's world, the way it is, you have to address every aspect, otherwise people cannot do anything. Now, question will pop up, but why sound ah? Why should I say ah? If you open your mouth, you have to explain why. Otherwise, it doesn't work in today's world. So why sound ah? As there is a physical body, there is a mental body and an energy body. In the structure of the energy body, there are 72,000 nadis or pathways or channels in which the vital energy moves. These 72,000 nadis meet and redistribute in 114 different places. There are 114 important junction points. So these 114 junctions are referred to as the chakras. So there are 114 chakras in the body, 112 within the physical body, 2 slightly outside the physical body. Of all these 114 chakras, there is only one chakra in the whole body where all the nadis or all the pathways meet at one point. That is known as the Manipuraka, which is physically located about 3/4 of an inch below your navel. So the navel is known as Manipuraka, or it is known as the maintenance center. Body is maintained from here because this is the only place where all the pathways of prana or the vital energy meet and redistribute themselves. Even when you were in your mother's womb, where was the maintenance pipe connected to you? It's at the navel. So today, that has been severed, but still the maintenance center is in the navel. So this is the Manipuraka chakra, this is the only place where everything meets. If you utter the sound ah, you will see the reverberation begins just about 3/4 of an inch below your navel and spreads right across the body. So, reminding yourself through your breath and thought and awareness that you are not the body, you are not the mind. If this message has to go viral to every cell in the body, if the message has to go, it has to be taken to Manipuraka. Then only the information goes everywhere, otherwise it gets localized. So when you utter the sound ah, if this has sunk into you, if this awareness has sunk into you that I am not the body, I am not the mind, then it reminds every cell in the body in case they have false notions. Just like you. It takes the message across the body. So just 7 times, uttering this 7 times, the sound ah will take the message across, and after that you simply sit. Every day, if you do this, you will sit one day when you sit here, your body is here, your mind is out there, what is you is somewhere else. And even if you open your eyes, if you become like this, there's a distinct separation between you and your body, between you and your mind. This is the end of suffering, because there are only two kinds of suffering that you have known in your life, physical and mental. Once there is a little space between you and the body, between you and the mind, that is the end of suffering. Only when the fear of suffering completely disappears from your perception, only then, as a human being, you will explore the full depth and dimension of who you are. You will dare to explore the full scope of what it means to be human only when there is no fear of suffering. Otherwise, as long as fear of suffering is there, every step that you take is only half a step. And if you keep taking half steps, you become half alive. If you want to become a fully blossomed life, it is very important that there is no fear of suffering. And that is only possible when there is a little distance between you and the body, between you and the mind. As long as you're identified as the body, as long as you're identified with the mental process, fear is a natural process. So sound ah takes the message across the body, to every cell in the body.
This is a my mic on? Hello? Yes. This is a meditation that I do every morning and every evening. Inisha Kriya, you can Google it, you'll find you'll see that on the internet, you can pull it up yourself and use it. I recommend that you do it twice a day for 48 consecutive days, and then every day. I did that for 48 consecutive days, and now it's just a part of my life. And as Sadhguru said, when you repeat that enough times, coming from the navel up through the ah, eventually suffering is no longer a possibility, because you're not the body, you're not even the mind. You're going to meet a saint and a miracle in a few moments. I have a few things yet to cover before Anita comes out. The meditation I spoke about, it's called Isha Kriya, I-S-H-A K-R-I-Y-A. Isha means that which is the source of creation. Kriya just means an internal action toward the source. Kriya meditation is the meditation that Paramahansa Yogananda taught. It's a very deep and involved process, something I've been doing for years. It is designed for one purpose, and that is to put some separation between yourself and your body. What I want you to try to do now is to begin to think of yourself as, if you ever need a metaphor or analogy for it, think of yourself as the space. And remember that even your thoughts, the thoughts that you have, they are experienced. They are not what you experience with. Even what you see, everything that you see, seeing is something that takes place within you. The great poet from the 18th century, William Blake, said, "To see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wildflower, to hold eternity, infinity, in the palm of your hand, and infinity in an hour, we are all led to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye, which is born in a night to perish in a night, while the soul slept in beams of light." Everything that you see, if I were to stay up here and ask you to stand up and walk towards yourself, you couldn't get even 1 inch or 1 millimeter away. Who you are is the infinite consciousness, despite the fact that you've come to believe that you are a body that has thoughts. Thoughts are things that are experienced through your inner consciousness. So think of yourself as space. And when you do that, you begin to realize that if you close your eyes, there's no seeing. The minute that you open your eyes, seeing is something that takes place within you. And then if you begin to realize that everything that you do see that seems to be out there is also experienced only within you. So that seeing and the seen are all internal experiences of infinite consciousness. It's all taking place within you. So that seeing, the seen, and the seer are all one. Hearing, the sound, and the hearer are all one. It's all the oneness. It's trying to get past this consciousness that we've been raised to believe that who I am is this individual thing that is separate from everything and everyone else. So what I want to do a quick reading for you from Yoga Vasistha. But in the 4th volume of the Life and Teachings, by the way, I used to be in a place where I couldn't read up on stage without reading glasses. I decided years ago to set an intention about improving my eyesight. And now, not only 14 years ago when I took the test for my driver's license, I had to have a little box marked on there, must have assisted with sight, must wear glasses. Then 7 years later, when I was going to renew it, I found out I could do it over the internet, so I didn't have to go in. So another 7 years went by, and I had to go in because you're only allowed to do that once. And when I went in, not only was I able to read the line for 20/20 vision, but I asked if I could please try an even smaller line. I just wanted to see how far I had gone with the ability to perfect my vision. And now I can stay up here and read. I read the entire Impersonal Life on the plane from Los Angeles without glasses in the middle of the night in a dark room with just a little tiny light. There's absolutely no limits to what you can create or manifest for yourself if you can do what Sage did when she was just a little girl and banish all the doubt. Just let it all go and know that I am not this body, I am not this mind, I am the space, the infinite space within, that without it there is no me, and I am not all of these chemicals that I carry around and this river of fluids that I carry around with me. The best way to understand this is to understand yourself in dream consciousness. For 1/3 of your life, when you're in your dream consciousness, you can manifest anything you want by just simply putting your attention on it. The other night I had a dream that I was in my home on Maui, and the ocean, the water was coming up, and the water was coming up closer and closer and closer, and I was realizing that it was going to actually come into the windows, and there was going to be water all. I could actually see the color of the ocean, of the water, and all of the sand and things that were coming up. I could actually experience the feeling of the water. I could actually feel the wetness within the water. And I could hear the ocean roaring. All of this was taking place without a body, without any eyes, without any ears, without even anything to feel with. You do not need eyes and ears in order to experience anything. Thoughts are not things that you experience with. They are experienced in the infinite consciousness that you are. And you can pick any thought that you want at any time. And when you reach the level of consciousness that Anita will share with you in her moments of transformation and coming back into this world to teach us about healing, you can place anything on your attention. This is what's called Siddhi consciousness or Christ consciousness. It's called the gift of fish and loaves. All you have to do is have a thought, and that thought has no time delay between it and its manifestation into form. You do it every night in your life when you're dreaming, and then you awaken and believe that you can't do it. Your job is to become a waking dreamer. It has been clearly stated that life lived by the average individual is hypnotic. That is, the majority of men and women are not living life as it was intended at all. This is from the life and teachings of the masters of the Far East. Not one in a million feels the freedom to live what he inwardly feels he should live. He has come under the world opinion of himself, and this opinion is what he obeys, rather than the law of his own being. In this respect, and to this degree, he is living under an hypnotic spell. He lives under the delusion that he is a mere human being, living in a merely material world, and only hopes to escape it when he dies and goes to what he calls heaven. This is not the determination intended in the plan and purpose of life. Obedience to one's inner nature, the expression of life as instinctively he feels it ought to be expressed, is the very foundation of the life which the masters reveal as the only true mode of living. Obedience to one's inner nature, the expression of life as he instinctively feels it ought to be expressed, is the very foundation of the life which the masters reveal as the only true mode of living. Your own inner nature, Lao Tzu called our original nature, that which is gentle, which is kind, which is serving, and which is love. In the Course in Miracles, it speaks that a mind at war with itself remembers not eternal gentleness. Eternal gentleness is your original nature. And returning to that original nature, all you have to do is let go of what you've been conditioned to believe. In 1978, I was invited to appear on a stage with which was one of the great honors of my life. I wrote about it, and I can see clearly now. I was invited because I had written a couple of books that had topped the bestseller lists around the world, that somehow they thought that I knew something. And I thought I did too at that time. And I was invited to speak at an organization called YPO, Young Presidents Organization. Presidents of corporations with more than 50 employees. And it took place in Vienna, in Austria. And when I arrived there, I really didn't know who I was going to speak to or what I was going to do. I just knew that they flew me over there. My wife and I were able to live this wonderful life. It was a week-long experience in Vienna, and no one was paid for appearing, but it was a great honor to be there. I followed the Vice President of the United States at that time, Walter Mondale. And they put me on a panel with a man who had been my hero, a man that I had required every student that I had at the university and in high schools before that when I taught, and had given to each one of my children and asked them to read over and over again, something that I had read many times. I just read it again just before I flew down here when I spent a week at the Chopra Center with Deepak in California. The man's name is Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning. Viktor Frankl, in 1942, when I was 2 years of age, was picked up from his home. He was a medical doctor, a psychiatrist, and he was put on a train. And he was sent to a place in Poland where I visited called Auschwitz. And he was in Auschwitz and Dachau and Birkenwald and 2 other places for the next 3 years. And he survived the concentration camps because he developed something called logotherapy. Logo means meaning, and decided that we have to have meaning in our lives. He said we can find meaning in 3 ways generally. One is through love, another is through our work, and another is through suffering. And he quotes Dostoevsky in his writing. He says, Dostoevsky asked the question, the Russian novelist, he said, "Am I worthy of my suffering? The low places, the struggles, the difficulties in my life, am I worthy of them?" And he wrote, He wrote this book after he was liberated in 1945, when he was at Dachau. His wife, who was pregnant at the time, was put in a train and to a concentration camp, and she was she was cremated the day that she arrived there. Of every 28 people that went to one of the concentration camps, only one survived. And he met some amazing stories. He tells one story in here. He said this young woman knew that she was going to die in the next few days. But when I talked to her, she was cheerful in spite of this knowledge. She said, "I am grateful that fate had hit me so hard." She told me in my former life I was spoiled and did not take spiritual accomplishments seriously. Pointing through the window of the hut, she said, "This tree here is the only friend I have in my loneliness." She was a skeleton. Through that window, she could see just one branch of a chestnut tree. And on that branch were 2 blossoms. "I often talk to this tree," she said to me. I was startled, and I didn't quite know how to take her words. Was she delirious? Did she have occasional hallucinations? Anxiously, I asked her if the tree replied. "Yes," she said. "And what did it say to her?" She answered, "It said to me, I am here. I am here. I am life. Eternal life. I am. I am. The name of God." Viktor Frankl and I were on the same panel along with Virginia Satir, a family therapist, a very brilliant woman. And I was just in awe of this man who had managed to survive the kind of suffering that it's hard to even imagine took place during my lifetime, that we were exterminating human beings by the millions in factories of death, in the stench of the horrors of places like Auschwitz, that he managed to survive. And he said to me after lunch, after we spoke, he said, "We were given a bowl of dirty water with a floating fish head in it for our protein." And he said, those who couldn't find beauty in that floating fish head could not survive. A very important question to ask whenever you're suffering, whether it's with a malady, with a physical malady, an emotional malady, financial, whatever it might be, is, am I worthy of my suffering? Did the impersonal life, the impersonal intelligence, the infinite consciousness, God, source, divine mind, whatever you want to call this, the great Tao, did it place me into this place and with these desires within me, and am I worthy of it? Because if you decide that you are worthy of it, and what he said to me at lunch I've never forgotten. He said, when we are confronted with situations in our lifetime over which we have no control, we are then challenged to change ourselves. And if we cannot change ourselves, we cannot survive, nor can we grow. And the problem that most people have is that they are unable to change what they have come to believe is to be true, or their version of who they are and what the world ought to be. So within you, I ask you to think about that whenever you find yourself suffering. I do it myself. In perhaps the most difficult time in my life, when my wife and I separated 16 years ago, when she fell in love with an Australian son of a bitch. Where did that come from, that old ego? And in my deep sadness, my children saw that I was struggling so much, and yet that perhaps became the most significant moment in my writing and in my life, when I found a way to be compassionate, a way to find kindness, a way to be softer, and open myself up to a life of living with God. Because I believe this to be really one of the most important lessons in my own life. where the path to God ends, the path in God begins. Living yourself and recognizing yourself as a piece of God. And I have 4 posters up here, one of which I want to speak about briefly, which I've already spoken about this morning, and the others tomorrow. And you might be able to put this on the screen. Yeah, oh, you can. That's great. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern, said William Blake. A man named Aldous Huxley wrote an essay years back called The Doors of Perception. And he talked about cleansing these doors of perception. And there was a young man, his name was Jim Morrison. And Jim Morrison said, there are things that are known, and there are things that are unknown. And in between are the doors. And that's where that rock group got their name, from an essay written by Aldous Huxley, a dear friend of a friend of mine, Ram Dass, who lives as my neighbor on Maui, a friend of Aldous Huxley, who wrote The Perennial Philosophy. And the recognition of the infinite nature of everything, and that all of this other temporary stuff is just ego. That you want to come to a place where you have a knowing within that this mind that has trapped you into believing a whole lot of things that just mostly limit you. I've come to an awareness and a realization that when you elevate and move to this infinite consciousness, which is like space, and just like space is unconcerned with what manifests within it, so is infinite consciousness unconcerned with anything that manifests in it, because there is no place that it is not, which means it is in you, around you, inside, up, down, north, south, east, west. None of those things have any. You're going to enter the world of non-duality this afternoon and tomorrow. And what I want to do just before I introduce you to one of my heroes in my life, I want to read to you. I'm going to try this without glasses. They're here. But this is like reading through a microscope. And this book, by the way, is just, if you can see what I have done with this book and what it means to me. And there isn't a page on here that I don't have notes and references. Vasista speaks to me, reminding me always that who I am has nothing to do with what I've been subconsciously trained to believe who I am. And once I've begun to have that awareness, I've seen not only my own healing, but I've seen other people's healings take place as well. A woman told me just 5 minutes ago, sitting right over there, that she was a heroin addict for 20-some years living on the streets. And she picked up something that I had written and decided that she was no longer going to do that. Where is that lady? You want to shout out? Or maybe you don't want to be identified. At any rate, is that you over there? Come on up. Come on. Yeah. Can we give her a microphone? I just want her to tell you what she told me. Is there a mic there? Someone with a mic? Sky, you have it, honey? Come on up. Come on up on the stage. Have a seat. She had no idea I was going to do this.
Hi. Is this on? Hi.
Just tell us, we just have a couple of minutes, just tell us what you told me.
Well, first of all, I was meditating to the Moses Code like I do every morning for about 40 minutes the other day, and I heard Wayne Dyer in my meditation, which is why I'm here today. In 25 odd years ago, I picked up Real Magic, and that was the first book that I've read. And I had been living on the street and oh my God, my heart is just shaking. I picked up the book and I learned that I could have a different life and that I could change my life and that I deserved more and that not to be fearful. I still continued to use for about 5 or 6 years after that, but I kept reading and I kept believing. And now I'm a teacher and I teach all over Australia, and I teach the gift of changing your beliefs to marginalised people all over Australia. And I mention you...
You were doing heroin?
Yeah.
How did that come about, and how did you get past it?
I was a child and I had a brain injury and I had lots of anxiety. I belonged to a family who I thought was narcissistic, and now I think they were just meant to be there in my life. I began self-medicating when I was 15 and continued until I was 38.
You were living on the street?
Yeah.
With your daughter?
Yeah.
And how did you get out of it?
Meditated, even though I didn't think it was working. I did it anyway because you said it would work.
We honor you. We honor you for not only coming up and saying those words, but for the recognition that the infinite intelligence, the impersonal self, sent you there. You had to be there. Being in a state of gratitude for those years on the street and those years of heroin is what allowed you to transcend it and come past it. And now to teach others that there is absolutely nothing taking place in your life that you can't overcome when you find not only the path to God, but the path in God, to live in God. I'd like to give you this as a gift. Thank you so much. God bless you. This is from Vasista, a book that was one of the great challenges. I could not believe that I took on the task of reading it and then finishing it finally, all close to, 800 and some pages in this edition, and then putting it down and leaving it for just a couple of weeks and being so drawn to come back to it and back to it. Because one of the things it says in the impersonal life is, it says, "You, however, who do comprehend what I am saying here, will love every word and will read and reread many times, and consequently will receive all the wondrous pearls of wisdom I have held in reserve for you. This book and its message will be to you hereafter merely a fount of inspiration, or a door through which you will be enabled to enter into the impersonal estate and to hold sweet communion with me, your Father in heaven, when I will teach you all things you desire to know." The excitement, my kids just say, "Come on, Dad, get a life," But the excitement of Vasista, just holding it up here in front of you and telling you about it. And there's a handful of you in here that are intrigued by it. There's a few that will probably order it on the internet and find it and have it sent to you. And there's probably one in here that may get through it. But when it resonates with you as a burning desire, remember that every burning desire that you have ever had has not been placed there by your personal self, which is your ego and your senses. It has been placed there for you, whether it's up or down, to find the excitement within you that perhaps it was for me to have it here for this moment, just to teach it here this afternoon, or to inspire any one of you. Because I've often said that in an infinite universe, who's to say? Who's to say that my Father didn't sign up to come and incarnate into this consciousness of being a thief and basically an asshole all of his life, in order that you might hear that story and be able to forgive someone in your life, which will, and infinitely it goes. Who's to say that he didn't sign up for that, to say, I'm going to come here, and in this lifetime, I'm going to have 3 children, and my youngest is going to so want to find who I am, and I'm going to stay away from him. And when he does find me, it's going to transform his life. And not only is it going to transform his life, but it's going to help millions and millions of people into infinity to have a recognition of their own divine self. Who's to say? By the way, that's what happened. That there are no accidents is more than just a clever saying. In an infinite universe, guided by infinite consciousness and divine intelligence, there can be nothing that isn't on purpose and perfect. Even what Viktor Frankl had to go through, and collectively what we had to go through. So hard to get a hold of this idea that even evil itself and some of the things that we read about and hear about. What I have found as I've moved into this different level of consciousness, that I no longer read newspapers, that I rarely turn on the news or the TV, and if I do and there's something on there that I don't want to be in a space of divine love, which is where I live and practice every day, that I just let all of that go. Because I know that it is only through a shift in consciousness that our world is going to be transformed. And consciousness is everywhere, even in the things we think it shouldn't be. So I'm just going to do a brief reading without glasses for the first time. A deer, known as the mind, which had been wandering in the wilderness of countless concepts, notions, and prejudices, and which somehow finds the right path, takes shelter under this tree. This deer is pursued by its many enemies who covet its hide or covering. It hides itself in thorny bushes known as the body in an attempt to save itself. All this effort wears out its energies, running hither and thither in the forests of samsara, which is the coming and going of things, this life, that life, harassed by the winds known as vasana, or latent tendencies, and scorched by the heat of ego. The deer is afflicted by interminable distress. This is your mind I'm speaking about. This deer is not easily satisfied with what it gets. Its cravings multiply, and it continues to go out far in search of satisfaction of those cravings. It gets attached to the many pleasure centers known as wife, children, family, etc. And it wears itself out in looking after them. It is caught in the net of wealth, and it struggles to free itself. In this struggle, it falls down again and again and injures itself. Borne down by the current of craving, it is carried far away. It is haunted and hunted by innumerable ailments. It is also trapped by the different sense experiences. It is bewildered by its alternate rise to the heavenly regions and its fall into the hell. It is crushed and wounded by the stones and rocks known as mental modifications and evil qualities. To remedy all of these, it conjures up its own intellect, various codes of conduct which prove ineffectual. It has no knowledge of the self or of the infinite consciousness, which is what it is. This deer, known as the mind, is made insensible by the poisonous exhalation of the snake, known as worldly pleasures and cravings for such pleasure. It is burnt by the fire of anger. It is dried up by worries and anxieties. It is pursued by the tiger known as poverty. It falls into the pit of attachment. Its heart is broken by the frustration of its own pride. At some stage, this deer turns away from all of this and seeks the refuge of some tree already described, the tree of meditation. And there it shines brightly. Supreme peace or bliss is not attained in any other condition but the unconditioned state of consciousness. And this is attained only in the shade of the tree known as samadhi or meditation. Thus, having obtained rest, the deer, the mind, delights itself there and does not seek to go elsewhere. After some time, the tree known as meditation or samadhi begins to yield its fruit, which is the revelation of the Supreme Self. The mind deer beholds that fruit above itself on the tree of meditation. Thereupon, it abandons all other pursuits and climbs that tree to taste its fruits. Having ascended that tree, the mind deer abandons the worldly thought patterns and it does not contemplate the baser life again. Even as the snake abandons its slough, this mind deer abandons its previous habits so that it might ascend the tree of meditation. Whenever memory of its own past arises, it laughs aloud. How was it that I remained such a fool until now? Having discarded greed, etc., it rests on that tree like an emperor. Day by day, its cravings decrease. It does not avoid what it gets unsought, nor does it long for what it does. That's so important. It does not avoid what it gets unsought. That is, it is not craving anything, it just allows. Nor does it long for what it does not obtain effortlessly. It surrounds itself with the knowledge of the scriptures that deal with the infinite consciousness or the unconditioned being. It perceives inwardly its own past states of ignorance and laughs. It sees its own wife and children and laughs at them as if they were either relatives in a previous lifespan or people seen in a dream. All the activities that are based on attachment and aversion, fear and vanity, pride and delusion appear to it as though they were all play acting. Looking at the momentary experiences in this world, it laughs derisively, knowing that they are like the experience of a madman. And there's more. That kind of writing just thrills me. The idea, when I look back at who I was. But I always remember what Vasista said, that true nobility, it's not about being better than anyone else. It's about being better than you used to be. And I can tell you for sure, and my children, and my wife, with whom I'm still married, and we love each other very much, from separate places on the earth, but very much. We're going on a cruise together to Israel in the fall. That I am better than I used to be in all of those areas. Vasista teaches in the very opening pages, let go of your cravings. That all of your seeking of pleasure is really the seeking of pain. Because whatever pleasure comes to you, it will be gone in the next moment and you'll be chasing something else. You'll always be in the chase. You'll be in a state of striving rather than arriving. And the great Indian poet, Rabindranath Tagore, writing back in the 1920s, in a collection of poetry called the Gitanjali, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, talked about the ego this way. He said, I went out alone on my way to my tryst. But who is this me in the dark? I step aside to avoid his presence, but I escape him not. He makes the dust rise from the earth with his swagger. He adds his loud voice to every word I utter. He is my own little self, my Lord. He knows no shame. But I, the real me, the infinite me, I am ashamed to come to thy door in his company. I just don't think writing gets much better than that. Tagore, one of my all-time favorite poets. And about a dozen years or so, or less than that ago, a woman here in this room, who's about to ascend the stage, was inches away from death. And I read about something that she had posted about her recovery and her experience. And all I knew was her initials, but I had a burning desire. And I've learned over the years now, as I wrote about all of my burning desires here, that when that thing is there, when that voice is there, when that inclination, when that being impelled to do something is there, that I am willing to listen and respond with willingness, determination, and fearlessness. And I found her. And she can tell you the rest of the story, or we'll talk about it more tomorrow. But my friend Stuart Wilde wrote a book about infinite wisdom. And he said, I've seen what the light looks like at the end of the tube. I've seen the God force. There are no human words to describe the magnificence of it. One is lost to explain it. It is utterly the most beautiful thing I've ever seen and the greatest power that exists. A glimpse of that, and every stuck-up twerp on the planet would sit down and shut up. But even if you haven't had a near-death experience, you will be able to feel the God force in your heart as you begin to control the ego. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my colleague, and someone I admire and speak to all the time about achieving that God consciousness. She's been there, she's seen it. Anita Moorjani. Come on up, Anita.
Yeah.
Dance with me, I want my arms about you.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I met some of you last night at the book signing, and thank you for coming to that. I love Melbourne. Love the people here. You've all been so friendly. And I met so many of you outside while signing books. I'm going to just move this a little closer to the center because I want to get closer to all of you. Just want it up here. Yeah, just up here if it's possible. Or here, round here. No, right here. Sorry. Sorry. I was just dragging it here.
Here?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
How's the light?
Is it all right over here? Can you all see me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to get close to all of you. Because you know we're all connected anyway. So, hi. Gosh, it's been such a whirlwind trip, and it's just been beautiful. Wayne he's such a generous spirit, and I am so grateful to him to have launched me on the stage. It started over 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. The journey started pretty much in Sydney when my book was launched. And in Sydney, I'd never been on stage before. We were at an auditorium for 3,000 people, and my book had just come out. And Wayne pulled me up on stage to share my story. And so there I was standing on stage for the first time, 3,000 people in the auditorium, and I was shaking. And he said to me, "You're scared?" And I said, "Yeah, of course I am. I've never been on stage before." He goes, "Yeah, but you've been dead and back." He said, "What have you got to be scared of? What's the worst thing that can happen to you?" You've already experienced the scariest thing. So I said, "No, public speaking is scarier than death. Believe me, it is." death is actually very, very beautiful. Because February the 2nd, 2006, should have been my last day of life. On that day, I actually experienced death. I had had cancer. I was struggling with cancer, with lymphoma, in fact, for 4 years. And by 2006, I was diagnosed in 2002, but by early 2006, the cancer had spread throughout my lymphatic system. So I had tumors, some of them the size of lemons, from the base of my skull, all around my neck, under my arms, in my chest, and all the way down to my abdomen. In some places, my skin had opened up. I had these great big skin lesions, these gaping holes, where toxins was oozing out of my skin. My lungs were constantly filled with fluid, so if I lied down, if I lied flat, I would be choking on my own fluid. I was connected to a portable oxygen tank, so I had the oxygen mask over my nose all the time. My body had stopped absorbing nutrition, so my muscles began to deteriorate, and I weighed about 83 pounds when I was at my lowest, so I looked like a skeleton. But not only that, because my body had stopped absorbing nutrition, I could no longer walk. My legs just didn't have the strength to walk, so I was in a wheelchair. Not only that, even my neck didn't have the strength to hold my head up. My head was always hanging down, and it was a real strain for me to even put my head up. I was so weak, and I was constantly in a state of discomfort because I was in pain all the time from the skin lesions, from being unable to breathe. I was just constantly in pain, and every time I would try and sleep, I would choke and wake myself up. And then one morning on February the 2nd, 2006, I didn't wake up. I was at home. I was being cared for at home by a full-time nurse. And on that morning, when I didn't wake up, my husband was frantic. He called my doctor, and the doctor told him to rush me to the hospital right away. So he rushed me to the hospital, and the doctors told my husband and my mother, who was there, they told my family that these were my final hours, that I wasn't going to come out of the coma because my organs had now shut down. My limbs were starting to swell up because I was now going through organ failure. My kidneys, my liver, one by one, the organs were starting to shut down. And they said that this was the dying process and that I was not going to come out of the coma and I would not even make it through the night. Of course, my husband, Danny, he was distraught, as was my mother. This was happening to me in a hospital in Hong Kong. But as my physical body lay lying there on the hospital bed, unbeknownst to everyone, I was actually aware of everything that was going on around me, everything that was going on around my body, even though my physical body was in a coma. I was aware of what everybody was saying, what the doctors were saying to my family, what my family was saying, but I was also aware of what they were feeling, like as if it was as if I merged with their feelings. I knew what they were feeling. I could feel the helplessness of the doctors and the nurses because they were rushing around and they were poking tubes into my veins, but they knew that I was dying. I was aware of how distraught my mother and my husband were feeling. My husband was sitting there, Danny, he was sitting there right by my bedside, holding my hand and willing me to come back. And yet I actually felt absolutely amazing. I felt absolutely beautiful because all the pain was gone. For the first time that I can remember in 4 years of dealing with cancer, all of the pain was gone. All of the discomfort was gone. And I just felt really light and really free. And I wanted to communicate to my family that I'm okay, that I'm perfectly fine, I'm not in pain, because they were so distraught. But I couldn't communicate with them. It was like I had no voice. I wasn't able to speak. And yet I just felt really incredible. And I felt a feeling that I can only describe as a feeling of unconditional love. I use the words unconditional love because there aren't any words in the English language to describe what I really felt, but it was a feeling as if I was loved just because I existed. I didn't have to do anything to prove myself. I didn't have to be someone. I didn't have to prove myself or anything. I was loved unconditionally just because I existed. And I don't remember feeling that way ever in my life before. And it was just the most amazing feeling. I felt light, and of course all the pain from having the fluid in my lungs, the open skin lesions, and being unable to breathe, all the discomfort, it was all gone. I then started to become aware that I was surrounded by other beings. And I started to realize that I was going through the dying process. It was like they were there to help me through the process. And they were all loving beings. But one of those beings was my deceased father. My father had died about 10 years prior. And when I was growing up, my relationship with my father was very turbulent because my parents are Hindu, and I grew up in Hong Kong, and I went to a British school. So my father and I clashed. We had a lot of cultural clashes because as I grew up, he wanted me to embrace traditional Hindu values. But I had grown up outside of my culture. I had friends who were all different cultures and nationalities and religions, and my parents wanted me to have an arranged marriage. And I rebelled against this. Finally, when I did give in, and I was supposed to get married to somebody they had chosen, about 2 days before the wedding, I couldn't go through with it, and I ran away. And this actually brought a lot of shame. It's the best thing I ever did, looking back at it now, because I've met the most amazing husband, Danny, who's over there taking photos. And by the way, while we're on the serious topic, whenever Wayne sees Danny, he always says, "Danny, if you and I put our heads together, we'd make an ass of ourselves." So 2 days before the arranged marriage, I ran away, and I brought a lot of shame to my family, to his family, and to our community, because everybody in the Indian community in the whole planet heard about what I'd done. And this was the days before the internet. And if anyone here is Indian, you'll know what I mean. So my parents were told that no Indian boy would ever marry me. No parents would ever let their son marry me after what I'd done. Interestingly, when Danny asked me to marry him, he happens to be Indian, and when he told his parents he wanted to marry me, they said, "What? That's the girl who has a mind of her own." Are you sure you want to marry her? So anyway, so I met my father in the other realm, and I had always felt that I had disappointed him, that I had never been good enough, that I'd failed him. And he passed away before I got married. I'd failed him in the eyes of our community, and he passed away, and so he wasn't there for my wedding. When I encountered my father in the other realm, I realized that he had been watching over me during my wedding. He had seen Danny. He had seen me get married, and I was very, very comforted by that. But also, more importantly, all I felt from him and for him in that realm was pure, unconditional love. The guilt that I had carried, it was just gone because of the love I was feeling from him. There was no judgment for anything that I had done in my life that could have been judged as being wrong. There was no judgment at all, because in that realm, I understood that whatever I had done that can be perceived wrong, it was done. I understood that I had done it from my own limitations and also from the limitations of the circumstances. So even though I had often felt that I was a victim of my own culture, I realized in that realm that even my father had been a victim of our culture. I had no judgment for my father as well for what he had done, because he was doing the best he could and the best he knew how as a Hindu father for his daughter. Because I realized in that realm, when we die, not only do we leave our physical bodies behind, but with it, we also leave our gender, our culture, our race, our religion, our values, our beliefs, and all the layers and layers that we accumulate through this lifetime of all our beliefs and our values. So if we leave all this behind, then what crosses over? I realized that what crosses over isn't something smaller or reduced because of everything we've left behind. In fact, it's something far, far greater. It's something huge. It's something that cannot be labeled by all those labels. It's our pure essence. It's our pure consciousness. It's our pure light. Or we can call it pure God. Again, these are all labels. And labels limit who we truly are. And what crosses over is who we truly are. And I realized that who I was, what crossed over, and who we all truly are, is something or someone much more powerful and much more magnificent than I had ever realized in my life. I never knew how powerful I was, how magnificent I was, how great I was. I never knew that I was an expression of God, that which expressed itself through this physical body is an expression of God. I never knew that in physical life. Now, I also encountered my best friend who had died. She had died of cancer about 2 years before I had this experience. And I encountered her in the other realm. And at the time she had died, I wasn't with her because I was watching her dying of cancer, and I found I couldn't be with her because I was dealing with my own diagnosis. So I stopped going to the hospital to see her, even though she wanted me there. And when she died, I had felt really guilty. And she was my best friend, like a sister to me. We'd grown up together. And now here she was in the other realm, and all she felt for me was pure, unconditional love. There was no judgment for me not being there. There was no, and even the guilt I had felt was just gone. What we feel in the other realm is even beyond forgiveness, because in order to forgive someone, you have to judge them as being wrong first, and then you forgive them for having hurt you. When we're in that realm, it's the state of non-duality. You realize there is nothing wrong. Everything that happened was meant to happen. It was all perfect. I realized I was meant to run away from that marriage because the family who it happened to, they had to have it happen to them because it gave them what they needed to move on, to move to the next stage of life. Everything is so perfect when we're in that realm. It's like we're all part of the tapestry. Everything that even feels wrong, it's all perfect when we cross over. I reached a point where I had a choice of whether to come back or not. I realized if I went any further that I wouldn't be able to turn back and come back into my body. But it was at that point that my father said to me that I should go back because it wasn't my time. Now, no part of me wanted to come back. He actually had to convince me because it was so beautiful in that realm. And over here, I was suffering. My physical body was dying, and I was suffering. My family was suffering, taking care of me. But I realized in that state of clarity that now that I knew the truth of who I really was, if I chose to go back, my body would heal very, very rapidly. I also want to say at this point that time is very different in that realm because so much happened, so much more than what I can even describe in this short time that we have. But time is so different. It's not linear like the way it is, the way we experience it here. We experience one point of time at a time, only the present moment, this present moment, and the next present moment, and the next. And we string it together to form linear time. In that realm, it's like all of time exists at once. So it felt like I had 360-degree peripheral vision. It was not like viewing through these physical eyes the way we view here through our physical bodies. I didn't have physical eyes, so I wasn't viewing like from one point outwards. It was like I could see everything all around me because it was pure awareness. But it wasn't just the room I was in, it was all of time and all of space. And that's what I mean. So wherever I put my awareness, there I was. So I was able to become aware of my brother who was in India while I was dying in Hong Kong, and he was getting on a plane trying to get to see me before I actually died. I was aware that I had to stay alive at least until he got to me. But I was also aware of other lifetimes that I had with my brother and other lifetimes that I had with my husband, Danny. I was aware that Danny's and my purpose was linked. And if I died, he wouldn't be able to complete his purpose either. And the communication in that realm, the way my father communicated with me, was not with words the way we communicate here in physical. Because again, we don't have bodies, we don't have vocal cords. It was like his essence and my essence just merged. And I knew everything he wanted me to know. So there was no room for miscommunication. Here in the physical, there is so much room for miscommunication. We learn language and we learn words to be able to express ourselves in order to be understood. But more often than not, we use our words to disguise what we're feeling and to hide behind rather than to express our truth. In that realm, there's no room for that. Everything was known. So I reached this point where I knew I couldn't go any further. And it was at that point that I felt my father encouraging me to come back. He said to me that I still had gifts, that I had to go back, and I had to go back and live my life fearlessly. And I could see at that time that if I chose to go back, I could see how my life would unfold. And I could see that I was supposed to be talking to people, thousands, tens of thousands of people, but I had no idea what I was going to talk to them about. And I had no idea how it was going to happen. But I also knew that I wouldn't have to do anything to make it happen. It would just unfold by itself. And it was at that point when my father and my best friend said, now that you know the truth of who you really are, go back and live your life fearlessly. That's when I started to open my eyes and come out of the coma. So I had been in the coma for about a day and a half, about 36 hours. And as I started to open my eyes, I noticed my family were around me. My brother had come straight from the airport. My mother was there. My husband, Danny, was there, of course. And they all looked relieved and they were smiling. And I started talking immediately, but I was very, very groggy. And it was like I had one foot on this side, one foot on the other side. And I started to say things like, Dad is here. Dad has said I'm going to be okay. I have to come back. And so they didn't know if I was delirious, and they didn't know what was going on. So they called the doctor to come and see me. Now this was the doctor that had only started tending to me after I'd gone in the coma, after I'd entered the hospital. And he had never seen me before. I'd never seen him before that. And as he walked in the room and I said, "Good afternoon, Dr. Chan," he was really surprised. He said, "How do you know my name?" And I said, "You were the one yesterday that was putting the tubes into my veins and you took fluid out of my lungs." And he said, "Yes, but you were in a coma. How could you possibly have seen that, and how could you recognize me?" And I just said, "I was." And I didn't even know I was in a coma. I kind of just was completely confused between that realm and this. It was like it was all one. It was like I could see this realm, I could see that realm, and I didn't know that for all the people here that I was in a coma. So when he left the room, I said to my husband, "Why did he look so surprised? Isn't he the one who said to you that I'm not going to make it through the night?" And that's when Danny said, "But how could you have heard that? He didn't even say that here in the room. He said it 40 feet away down the hallway outside the door near the nurse's station." And that's when they started to realize that something had happened. Over the next couple of days, I started to say, I don't need the oxygen mask. I don't need the food tube. I'm fine. I know my body will absorb food again. And the doctors were, of course, fighting me, and they were telling my family that I was still very, very weak. Just because I'd come out of the coma doesn't mean that I was out of the woods yet. But 4 days later, that's when they could really see there was a big change. The changes started to happen. In 4 to 5 days, my tumors had shrunk by 70%. By the 5th day, I no longer needed the oxygen, and I was pulling the food tube out, and I wanted to sit up even though my head was hanging, and my skin lesions started to heal by themselves. The doctors were still continuing to take tests, and they were still following the cancer, but 3 weeks later they could find no trace of cancer in my body. And during that time, it wasn't as if I knew my body was going to heal. It was that I knew my body was already healed. I knew I was already healed, but my physical body just had to catch up with me. That's what it felt like. And 3 weeks later, I remember 3 weeks after coming out of the coma, 4 doctors came into my hospital room, and they said to my family, "We have a problem." So my family looked really worried, as did I, and they said, "What's wrong?" And one of the doctors said, "We can't find any trace of the cancer." So my brother said, "How is that a problem?" And they said, if we can't find the cancer, we don't know what drugs to give her and what treatments. And so then my family said, well, if you can't find the cancer, then don't give her anything. And they said, no, we can't do that because it's impossible for cancer to disappear like that. But don't worry, we're going to keep looking till we find it. But after 5 weeks, they still couldn't find the cancer, and by then I had picked up enough strength to start walking, and I'd started walking, and I started eating, and I was strong enough for them to release me from the hospital to go home and live my life cancer-free. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to share with you a few photos from part of my journey. If we have the photos queued up, I'd love to share them with you. And that's the photos of my parents. Now, what I wanted to say, though, is I didn't have any photos taken of me when I was at my worst, when I was in the wheelchair, when I was connected to the oxygen tank and all. I refused to let anybody see me. I wouldn't see anyone, I wouldn't let anyone see me, and of course I refused to have photos taken, and also when I was in the hospital. So what you'll see is something pretty close, but not quite there. So that's my parents when they first got married. Ooh. And that's my father, who I met in the other realm. And this is my best friend. She's the one on that side, on my left, your right, and I'm on the right. That's my husband Danny and I when we first got married, back when he had hair. He says he lost all his hair after being married to me. That was when I first started to get sick. I was always near my bed because whenever I would walk, I would get out of breath very, very quickly because my lungs were always filled with fluid. And that's me, even weaker. That's about the worst point at which I would appear on photos. After that, I refused to let people take photos of me. That's me with my dog. I used to hate being in the hospital because I would miss my dog so much that even though I used to go to the hospital for treatment, I'd always want to go back home after treatment. I never liked staying in hospitals. I wanted to share with you my medical report. So this was on February the 2nd, the day I went into the coma. And you can see over here is the list of where they found all the tumors. And you can see it says in the neck, in the axilla, which is under the arms, in the lungs, in the chest, the fluid in the lungs, the pleural fluid, and so on. That's all the findings. That's on the 2nd of February. That one is dated the 27th of February. That was the day they came into our hospital room to say we have a problem, because this says there is no evidence of lymphoma in my body. So if I have a few more minutes, I just wanted to share some of the lessons I learned. 10 minutes? Okay. So what happened is that when I was released from the hospital to go back home, that's when the real work began, because now I had to live a life that I didn't know how to live anymore. I had been someone with cancer for the last 4 years, and the person I was before I got the cancer versus the person I was now that I went home after this experience was a completely different person. Because the things I learned in the other realm were things that I had never learned in physical life while growing up. And so many of the things I learned contradicted what I had been brought up to believe. In fact, so many of the things I learned were the opposite of what I had been brought up to believe. And I realized that the reason why I had always created a life that I didn't want was because everything I learned was the opposite of what I really needed to know to make life work. It's very hard to explain what it felt like in the other realm, because there aren't any words in the English language. So I like to use metaphors. And one metaphor I use is that of the warehouse. So I want you to imagine this with me. If you imagine that you're in a dark warehouse, pitch black, it's just pitch black, there's no lights, and all you have is one little flashlight. And you have this little flashlight to navigate your way through this warehouse. So the only thing you can see is what the little beam of your flashlight is shining on. So as you walk and make your way through the warehouse, you illuminate your path, and that's all you can see, is what the beam is shining on. Then as you shine it up on the wall here or there, you can just see those little areas that you're shining your flashlight on. Now imagine one day that the lights go on. And when the lights go on, that's when you realize that you're in this huge warehouse. I mean, it's humongous, huge. It's so huge, you can't even see the ends. But it's lined with these shelves, like rows and rows of floor-to-ceiling shelves, like bookshelves. And on these shelves are all kinds of things. Some of the things are really beautiful, and some are horrendous, and some are colorful, and some are not so colorful. Some of the things on the shelves are boring, some are scary, some are of colors you've never seen before, some of them are loud and garish, and some of them are just frightening looking, and some are ugly. So there are all these things lined up on the shelves, side by side, existing simultaneously. But you haven't seen most of those things. You've only seen the few that your flashlight shone on. You had no idea that all of these things existed simultaneously. 95% of those things, you had no idea they even existed. But now here they were, existing side by side along the things that you knew existed. So now, if the lights go back off, and you're back to one flashlight, and if your flashlight is shining on something, and even if that thing is the only thing you can see in that moment, you know that it's not the only thing that exists. You know that so much more exists than what your flashlight is shining on, because you've seen the warehouse. This is what it feels like. It feels like that our awareness is only focused on one thing at a time. The flashlight is an analogy for our awareness. Our awareness can only focus on one thing at a time, and we think that one thing is reality. But it's only your reality. Someone else's flashlight is focused on something else, and someone else is on something else, and that's their reality. But in actuality, all these realities exist simultaneously. And realities exist right under your very nose, which you're not even aware of. Let me try a little experiment with you. I want you to look around the room and find everything in the room that's any shade of red, orange, pink, any shade of red to orange, red to pink, and commit it to your memory. Look around, including people's clothes. Find as many as possible. Commit it to your memory, because I'm going to test you on it. Okay? Now I want you to face the front. Turn around, face the front. No cheating. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. No cheating. Now I want you to recollect as many things in the room that were blue as you can. Can you think of anything? Nope. Very few. So open your eyes and look around and see all the things that you missed that were blue. The blue and the red exist simultaneously, but your flashlight was focused on the red, so you didn't even see the blue. That's what happens with us. You know, have you noticed that when you buy a new car, that's when you notice that a lot of people are driving the same car? They were there all the time, but you didn't see them before. Now think about this. Think about how much awareness we put into cancer. Think about all the ad campaigns. Think about how much money we put into cancer awareness, how many campaigns we have, how many ads there are, billboards, ads, everything just on cancer awareness. Now I want you to think about this. What if we put that same amount of effort, that same amount of awareness, the same amount of money, the same amount of campaigns on well-being instead? What a different reality we'd have. Thank you. Thank you. Most people, and especially most people in the medical field, don't even know what wellness really is, because we've all been really focused on finding that cancer. Most people don't know that wellness means joy, it means love, it means being able to love people, it means allowing yourself to be loved, it means finding your joy in life, doing what makes you happy, having meaning in life, as well as physical wellness. Most people don't actually know that. Now let me tell you the biggest thing that saved my life when I was in that realm. I told you that I knew that I was going to be well when I came back. I knew I was going to be healed. Because in that realm, I understood how I got the cancer. I understood how every thought, every decision, and every choice that I had made in my life had led me up to that point, lying in that hospital bed. I understood that I had never, ever loved myself. I had always forsaken myself. I had always treated myself like a doormat. I'd always allowed other people to treat me like a doormat. We only allow other people to treat us the way we treat ourselves, by the way. And I had never known how important it was to love myself. I had always thought it was selfish to love myself. But in that realm, I realized that if I am an expression of God, if I'm an expression of universal energy, of source, whatever we want to call it, how can I not love myself? Because not loving myself means not loving the God force energy that expresses itself through me. I understood that I had to love myself like my life depends on it. And that was the most important thing that I could do for myself and for everyone around me. And that was the lesson that saved my life. And I realized that what had been driving my life was fear. Because our lives are only driven by either love or fear. You can't focus on both. Because remember the flashlight. You either see the green or you see the red. So you see the blue or the red. So if your flashlight is focused on fear, my flashlight was focused on fear. Every decision I made was made from fear, not from love. I was obsessive about eating healthy food, but I was obsessive because I was afraid of cancer. It wasn't because I loved myself that I ate healthy food. So every choice I made because I was afraid of the consequences, not because I loved myself. After I came out of the coma, I realized that I had to make every choice out of love and not fear. I had to make every choice because I wanted to make that choice, because I loved myself, and because it made me feel joyful. And so every choice I made out of love. And on that note, I invite you all to live your life fearlessly. And if that doesn't work, eat chocolate, because that always works. Thank you. Thank you.
Anita Borzani. Beautiful. Beautiful job. Beautiful. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That was so beautiful, Anita. Thank you. Thank you. I won't need it. Yeah. Or you can move that if you like. Yeah. As I was listening to Anita, and I've listened to her many times, I went looking for her, found her, put her on my public television show, decided that I was going to not only publish her book, but write the foreword to it and bring her with me and do seminars around the world, because I think her message is so powerful. She was in a stage of cancer. She doesn't go into detail. Tomorrow we're going to dialogue together and have you ask some questions as well in the afternoon before I do the summary of what your life is going to look like when you become a person of light, when you stop the journey to God and begin the journey in God, where you recognize that who you are is God. In fact, on one of the interviews, I don't know if it was on TV or one of the things that we were doing, she said, do you think it would be all right? Do you think it would be okay if they asked me about God, if I said that we all are God? Do you think that would be a problem? Do people would be offended by that? I said, well, there'll be a lot of them who will be offended by that. I know when I wrote Wishes Fulfilled, and I was out there lecturing about it, and some of the people who were raised on pretty far-right, straightforward, I like to call them Christian values, but values that people believe were Christian values, the values of Christ. And when I would tell people that they were God, that God is within each and every one of us and we are God, and I would say that they would just get all upset with me because there's this belief system somehow that God is this image that we've created of ourselves. We created God in our own image, the image of our ego, a God that we are to fear, a God that is angry, a God that's going to take revenge on you if you don't do things the way that you're supposed to, if you don't pay the indulgences, or if you don't do it through some organization who will take the place of making conscious contact with God for you because somehow they've got more access or they know more about it. And we live with that. And then when I would say, well, because I went through very carefully, I read the entire New Testament before I wrote Wishes Fulfilled, and went through and picked out all the places where Jesus says out in his own words that we are God. Is it not written that we are all gods? And they say, one woman said to me, well, he didn't really mean it that way. I said, but it says right here, it says, I have said you are gods. Well, he didn't really mean you are gods. And when I was talking with Oprah about this, and she got all upset about this, she said, you just can't tell people that they are God. You can't just go around saying that. People are going to have trouble with that. I said, well, then substitute the word God for love, because that's what Jesus said. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in me, and I in him. So use that as a metaphor, rather than some being that we've created that was out there, some really fantastic being who was able to create that universe that we saw early this morning with those trillions and trillions of heavenly bodies that are out there and all the galaxies and so on. That God is an infinite consciousness, and you are a part of it. And I was thinking about what she was saying when I think about my own experience with cancer, because when I was diagnosed with leukemia, I even said to the doctor, I don't do leukemia, I don't do cancer. I teach people how to overcome it, but I don't do that. And there was the moment when I began to realize that there is what Anita was saying about fear. In the Course in Miracles, it says there's only two ways to experience anything in life. It's either through fear or love. And everything that is fear cannot be love, and everything that is love cannot be fear. So you are in either one or the other, and the ego is filled with fear, and your infinite consciousness is nothing but love, and staying in that state of love. So I had an amazing experience of healing, of just that was done through someone down in down in Brazil who handed this to me and told me when I was healed. His name is John of God. When I talked with Oprah about it for 2 hours on her show, she was so intrigued by it that she flew down there like a week later with her own plane and had an amazing experience down there herself, and now talks about it from a place of almost being a devotee. This crystal necklace was handed to me by John of God, and I carry it with me and only wear it when I speak, when I'm in a place of teaching. Because I had a friend who's a medical doctor. She's an eye surgeon. Her name is Raina Piskova. And she found out, because the word got out in America that I had this leukemia, and it was on all the television stations and all of that, and a lot of them with derision, because how could someone who talks about being positive have something like this, as if I had said that if you read my books and listen to what I have to say, you're going to just never have anything ever go wrong in your life. It's not about that at all. It's about understanding that it's not what happens to us in our world. It's how we decide to process what happens to us that makes all the difference in the world. And this woman asked me if I would go down to Abidjan with her to experience the entities that do this healing. Now, all over the earth, there have been many people that we call them faith healers, and there's a lot of duplicity involved in it. You have to be very careful about all of it. But this experience that I had with John of God is the real deal. He has treated he's been here in Australia, and there have been stories written, and there are always stories about people that, looking for all the negative side of it and so on. But when I committed to going down there, but I was in the process of writing Wishes Fulfilled, and she said, I want you to go. It's very, very important. You're a very important person. I don't want you to die. You have so much more to teach. And I said, well, I've got I've got deadlines, and I had all of these things I just backed out at the last minute. But I knew about John of God. And so she flew down there anyway, and she had had an amazing healing a while back herself, and was going down there for the second time. And when she got down there, she called me from there. She was a bit angry with me for not going, but she said, I still want you to experience the healing, and I want you to experience the entities, because John of God always says, I do not do any healing. He goes into a trance, a coma, and when he goes into this trance, if any of you, if you want to, again, you can Google this, you can look it up, you can see the film of it, it's all on the internet, it's all over the place. Just John of God from Abidjan, Brazil, and you'll see it, as Oprah did before she went down there. And he goes into this coma, and these entities enter into his body, and he has no memory of anything that he ever does. And he does surgery without any anesthesia, and without even cleaning the instruments and so on. He uses kitchen knives and crazy things, probes, and it's almost beyond anything that you can ever recognize or realize. It's a different kind of a world down there in Brazil, especially in that community. And when she got down there, she said that she had talked to John of God when he was with the entities, and they said that they would be willing to do a remote healing on you if you would do the following things. If you would take the supplements or the herbs, if you would drink the blessed water for 3 or 4 days before, and if you would wear white, and on the appointed night for the surgery, if you would just invite the entities in, and then wake up the next morning, and for the next 7 days, stay in bed. And then the following week, 7 days later, there will be a removal of the sutures. And in the process of removing the sutures, you will experience the healing. Now, I have to admit, this was 5 years ago now, I was indeed very skeptical. I'm not any longer, because I've had the entities already come back again into my life in Montreal just about a month ago, about 6 months ago now, in Montreal, Canada, and gave me evidence that they were still with me and accompanying me and helping me not only with my own healing, but with helping to heal others as well. Because when you begin to shift your energy to a higher place, Dr. Valerie Hunt writes it this way in her book, Infinite Wisdom. But I do not believe that man can perceive his godlike qualities until his field reaches higher and higher vibrations and attains a greater degree of coherency. No matter how hard we try to receive spiritual guidance, we cannot until our fields are attuned to that vibrational system. It's as you begin to banish the doubt, do what Sage did with the healing of these things that had been on her face for 3 years, and she'd do it in 3 days. As you begin to banish the doubt and come from a place of absolute knowing, that what happens is that you begin to, everything is vibration in this universe, and you begin to vibrate at a different speed. And as you get into a higher and higher speeds, that's why the repetition of the sound of the name of God, like in the meditation in the Isha Kriya we did this morning, and we'll do again tomorrow, when you begin to see this and do this, it raises the frequency at which you vibrate, and as it does that, you send out a different kind of an energy. And as you send out this energy, it's sort of like the energy that St. Francis speaks about in his famous prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. He doesn't say, Lord, I don't have any peace, please bring me some peace. He said, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me bring love. Where there is darkness, let me bring light. In other words, you take the darkness, and instead of trying to abolish it or remove it from your life, you convert it through this process of transformation. And in this process, darkness turns to light, hatred turns to love. I've given many lectures. I've given lectures in Assisi with Saint Francis. I've actually seen Saint Francis in a healing. There's a film that I've done called Ambition to Meaning here in Australia. It's called The Shift in America. Same film. And I had a momentary experience of being about to collapse with someone on the back of my shoulders who was injured. And St. Francis appeared in just 5 seconds to me, just went like this. And this knee that was about to be, I had MRIs done on it, and it was going to be replaced, was healed in that moment. And I carried this man up 3 stairs to where the Poor Clares were in San Damiano in Italy. It all happened in a moment. And I want to tell you about that moment and what that moment is like before we close out for the day. It's shifting the awareness and having this absolute knowing within that I am a piece of infinite consciousness, and there's absolutely nothing that has ever happened or ever will happen that I'm not capable of, because who I am is that. There's no place that I am not. So I still had a great deal of skepticism 4 or 5 years ago about this treatment. I had been diagnosed with leukemia. Some of the effects were starting to show. I was getting the night sweats. I was getting the bruising in my body. My energy was low. I had to quit doing yoga. I had to slow down. I used to run every day. I couldn't run anymore. I could barely walk. I was getting weaker. My kids noticed it. I noticed it. I saw deterioration taking place. Today, this morning, I was up at 4:45. I already meditated for an hour. I've ran for a half an hour this morning. I did a coffee, and if you want to join me for coffee, I did a little coffee in the morning. And when this is over, I'm going with Cal, who's taken me over to a place because they don't have a pool at the hotel I'm staying at, but I'm going to go do an hour swim. And I have more energy than I can ever remember ever having had in my life. And it all took place back there with this experience with John of God through those entities back on April the 21st, on my just before my 71st birthday. I remember it because it was my mother's birthday. She was 95 on that day. So I played along with Raina. Remember, she's a medical doctor, an eye surgeon. And I said, all right, I'll do it. And she was so determined. She had such a burning desire. This burning desire thing is really important. I mean, when you read Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, he speaks about the difference between people who live an enriched life and people who don't. He said the only thing that distinguishes this group from this group, highly functioning people from ordinary people, is that these people have a burning desire to do something, and they are willing and determined and fearlessly applying it in their life. They don't listen to anybody else tell them what can or can't be done. So I've believed what Tilopa said back in the 10th century, have a mind that's open to everything and attached to nothing, attached nowhere. But I still had a healthy degree of skepticism. I've read stories about fake faith healers, places in the Philippines where you see people and they pull things out of their bodies, and the whole thing is a ruse. But there is something called real magic. I talked with Michael about that for 3 hours one day at the top of a mountain, about real magic. And I experienced it that day. And what happened is she arranged to have the herbs sent to me. And any of you can do this, by the way. You can sign up if anybody you want to. It just depends on whether you banish the doubt or not. And she sent me the herbs. She had them FedEx to me from Brazil, 7-hour time difference. She had them sent to Maui. She FedExed me the blessed water, a gallon of blessed water, blessed by the entities, which I drank. Sent me a picture of, I had to send pictures down of myself from the front, from the back, from the side, and from the side. I did all of those things. When they got down there, they looked at the pictures and they said, no, we can't do the surgery. He is not taking the supplements. They hadn't arrived yet. So she had to wait 3 more days. When they arrived, and I had them in my body for 3 days, they took the same pictures again, front, side, back, and it was approved that I would be ready for the remote healing. I got the water, I got all dressed in white, the appointed time, went to sleep that night. It was a 7-hour time difference between Chile and there. And the truth of it is, I went to sleep that night, woke up the next morning, and she called me and asked me, how did it go? How did I feel? And I said, I felt nothing. She said, well, it's no different than as if you'd had your spleen removed. She said, you must treat this seriously. You've got to get back into bed, and you have to stay in bed for the next week, and then you will have what's called the removal of the sutures. And I'm thinking, sutures? Like I have leukemia of the blood. That's a lot of sutures. Putting little sutures. And that's just a term that they use for when the entities, and I've actually seen photographs of these entities. And I've seen in person, I've been with John of God in person 4 or 5 months later up in upstate New York at the Omega Institute in Rhinebeck, New York. I walked in front of John of God, not having him know who I was, that I was separate or different than anybody else. And he looked at me and said in Portuguese, you are healed. And had me sit there, and we were all dressed in white. This was several months following it. But anyway, I went to sleep, and I said, Raina called me from Brazil. She said, I want you to stay in bed. I said, okay, Raina. Yeah, I'll stay in bed. But I had just slept 8 hours, and I wasn't staying in bed. And I got up, and I went downstairs, and my son, Sans, and my daughter, Serena, were there at the time. And I went outside and I said, I'm going to just go for a run, because or just a walk. And I got about 100 yards from my home, and I collapsed. And I couldn't get up. and my daughter helped me, and I was just so weak. I just could not believe how weak I was. And I went back upstairs and I got into bed, and all I had was just a little bit of broth for the next week. I was very, very weak. So I was starting to become a believer that something was going on here. And then it was time for the removal of the healing, the removal of the sutures now, where the entities literally come in and go into your body. And these entities work from a spiritual dimension. They could walk into this room of 1,000 people and heal every single disease that exists in this room in one instant second. Just instantaneous like that, because they don't work in the physical domain. They work in a place where there is no time, there is no space, there are no boundaries, there are no beginnings, there are no ends. It's an endless universe, and these are healing elements. I know there's skepticism. I can feel it in the room, but that's okay. Just allow yourself to have a mind that is open to everything and just not attached. Just don't stay attached. It's not what you know, it's what you know for sure that just ain't so. There are many times, as I'm telling this story, I like to read this little poem because it helps you to realize that sometimes you think you really know what's going on and what you have hung on to isn't applicable at all. A woman was waiting at an airport one night, several long hours before her flight. She hunted for a book in the airport shops and bought a bag of cookies, found a place to drop. She was engrossed in her book, but happened to see that the man beside her, as bold as could be, grabbed a cookie or two from the bag in between, which she tried to avoid a scene. So she munched the cookies and watched the clock as this gutsy cookie thief diminished her stock. She was getting more irritated as the minutes ticked by, thinking, if I wasn't so nice, I'd blacken his eye. With each cookie she took, he took one too. And when only one was left, she wondered what he'd do. And with a smile on his face and a nervous laugh, he took the last cookie and broke it in half. He offered her half as he ate the other, and she snatched it from him and thought, oh, brother, this guy has some nerve and he's also rude. Why, he didn't even show any gratitude. She had never known when she had been so galled, and sighed for relief when her flight was called. She gathered her belongings and headed to the gate, refusing to look back at the thieving ingrate. She boarded the plane, sank in her seat. Then she sought her book, which was almost complete. As she reached in her baggage, she gasped with surprise. There was her bag of cookies in front of her eyes. If mine are here, she moaned with despair, then the others were his, and he tried to share. Too late to apologize, she realized with grief that she was the rude one, the ingrate, the thief. Be careful about being a cookie thief and having a knowing. It's not what you don't know, it's what you know for sure that just ain't so. And I knew for sure for many years of my life that what I'm describing to you just wasn't possible. And I remember when Oprah did the show on this, and they sent a Harvard-trained surgeon down there to witness what was taking place, and his report back on film said, in all my years of training, I have nothing inside of me to explain what is taking place here. He came down there with such doubt, and while he was walking and describing to the people who were filming the show, he started bleeding from underneath his heart, and they couldn't stop the bleeding. It just, no matter what they did, no matter what they put on it, and he was just so shocked that beneath his heart was this bleeding that was taking place. And he said, I don't have a bleeding disorder, and I don't have thin blood, and I do not understand why is this taking place? Why all of a sudden am I bleeding? And the woman that was walking with him said, oh, that's how the entities work sometimes when it was really important to understand this message. He is opening up your heart right now by letting you know that what is taking place actually is taking place. And they're showing it with you. And he, by the way, today is one of the great devotees and travels all over the world talking about the ability of some of us. I have a book here that I brought with me called Man of Light, the story of Mauricio Panicet, who had lights coming out from bottom. There's stories in here, I may share them with you tomorrow, but amazing stories of this man who I experienced with my wife, saw the light just come out of him. He has a cross embedded into his chest from this energy. So it was the night of the sutures removal, and now I'm a believer because I was swimming at that time, and the ocean, I'm about maybe 100, 200 meters or so from the ocean, but I couldn't even imagine getting to the ocean. I was so weak, I couldn't even imagine walking to the ocean, getting in the ocean and swimming the way that I was feeling after the week of the surgery. And I awoke that morning after the removal of the sutures at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I had a watch, a real beautiful watch that my kids had persuaded me to get, a very expensive watch. It was an atomic watch that never gains or loses a second. And during the night of the removal of the sutures, this watch exploded. It just broke. And I took it back to the jeweler. They said they had never seen such a thing. They gave me another one, replaced it. Very expensive watch. That one broke as well in that room. The energy in that room that night, when I came out, my son and my daughter were in the kitchen, and I walked out, and they said, "Dad, what happened? Did anything happen?" I said, "I can't believe how beautiful you are." I said this to my son, and I put my arms around him. He said, "Whoa, what's going on with you? You have a problem?" He said, "Dad, it looks like someone went into your eye and scraped your eye. It's all bright red, your right eye. It's just all scraped." I said, "I have no idea." I said, "But the ocean looks like a bowl of love soup." The trees are illuminated in a way that I had never seen before. My daughter Serena was there, and I hadn't eaten, of course, in a week or so, and I was just wearing a pair of shorts, and they fell down. "Oh, that's so gross. You don't have any clothes on." I said, "Just give Daddy a hug. I mean, I just love you so much." It's like, what they had done, what I realized what the entities did is they didn't put sutures on every little piece of cancer that was going throughout my body. What they did is they removed the fear. Fear was gone. You know the word leukemia, if someone tells you you've been diagnosed with leukemia, it's loaded with fear. Anita and I will be talking about this tomorrow when we dialogue up here together. The word cancer is just so loaded with this thing called fear. And we can't go to our original place, who we are, because who we are is just pure, infinite consciousness or unconditional divine love. That's who we are. That's our original nature. It's not just me saying that. It's all of the great spiritual texts, including Vasista and the impersonal life and so many of the things I've been speaking about here today. It's all just a space of pure love. And from that moment on, I began to live from a place of divine love. And this place of divine love is very different than any other kind of place that I've ever been. That was April the 28th. It was 7 days after my mother's 95th birthday. She passed away the following year. I was filming the movie about my experience with my father at the gravesite called My Greatest Teacher. I was in San Francisco at the St. Francis Hotel. And my birthday is May the 10th. And so it was now 12, 13 days since I'd had this. And I had noticed that everything in my life was changing. I woke up my birthday at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I went downstairs to the St. Francis Hotel, to the lobby, and I took $2,000. I wrote a check for $2,000 out, and I got $2,000 in $50 bills. And I went out to Union Square, where it's loaded just with homeless people who are looking in garbage cans, taking pieces of plastic back so they can get enough, or people who are selling their blood in order to feed themselves and so on. A lot of destitute, homeless, deeply sad people. And I spent that entire day until about 5 o'clock in the evening just walking around embracing homeless people. I remember when I was in the room with Mother Teresa, her saying that every day I see Jesus Christ in all of his distressing disguises, that I see the unfolding of God, of Christ consciousness, of infinite consciousness, of pure love, wherever I go, in everything that I see. I don't see appearances. I see beyond the appearances. I knew what she meant that day. I embraced people who hadn't probably had a bath in years. I talked to them about their life. And is there anything that I could do to maybe have lunch with you? And I always put at least $50, some to $100 into their pocket, and told them that how loved they were and how beautiful they were. I wasn't preaching. I was just living from a place of divine love, a place of love where that never varies, a place that never changes. And that was, I'm now 75, so that was 4 years ago, this past May. And that's the place that I live from and strive for. I've stopped my path to God, and I'm now living in God. It is everything I see and everyone that I see, I have no judgment or criticism toward. And what has taken place with what I spoke about earlier, with this being, drinking these organic juices and changing my diet around, it didn't come around because I made a conscious decision, all right, now I'm going to live this healthy life and so on. When you start to elevate yourself and live in God, what happens is God begins to see you, and you become like God. And when you are like God, you are able to do anything, and whatever it is that you need begins to show up. It's called synchronicity, a term coined by, I was trained to be a Jungian analyst at one time. Deepak Chopra and I were on stage one time at the Palladium in London about 15 years ago or more, and we started dialoguing about how do you manifest something in your life. And Deepak said, well, Wayne, there are 4 ways to manifest something. Let's take something like strawberry ice cream. And we began this dialogue on what are the 4 ways to manifest strawberry ice cream. And they go from a lower level of consciousness into God consciousness. The lowest level, the lowest way to manifest strawberry ice cream is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And then you get up, you take that thought, you get up and you go for a walk, or you get on your bicycle, you get into your car, and you drive to the store, whatever, and you purchase the strawberry ice cream and come home, and you're eating your strawberry ice cream. It's a pretty powerful thing to do because it's just a thought. And this thought is just something that shows up in your consciousness, and you attach yourself to it and act on it. The second higher level of consciousness way of reaching and having some strawberry ice cream is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And you sit there and you tell one of your kids to go get you some strawberry ice cream. Look, go to the store, would you give me some strawberry ice cream? And you just have to sit here. And 30 minutes later, they come in and say, oh, Dad, here's the strawberry ice cream that you wanted. And you say, wow, this is great, I'm moving up. A third way to have strawberry ice cream is a way that you've all had it at one time or another, which is to have the same thought. Gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And someone walks by, a stranger, and says, excuse me, is this your strawberry ice cream? And when that happens, you go, booga, booga, booga. What's going on? You call everyone that you know. I was just thinking about strawberry ice cream. I was just thinking about it. And then this person just walked by. I was just having the thought. And sure enough, there it was. That's the third way to get strawberry ice cream. And you've all had this. These kind of experiences where you think someone, you put your attention on someone's, on your sister who you haven't talked to, who lives in another country, and all of a sudden she picks up the phone and calls you while you were thinking of her. This goes on and on. It's a universal experience. If I ask for a show of hands, everyone in the room has had these kinds of experiences where you have a thought and then something in the universe acts, and usually you say, oh, it was just a coincidence. But the word coincidence is a mathematical term that comes from coincide, a mathematical geometric term. Two angles that, that fit together perfectly are said to be two angles that coincide. So we've taken a term that means something that fits together perfectly and interpreted it to mean something that shows up accidentally. Coincidence. Oh, it's just a coincidence, when in fact, coincidence means that it's all showing and fitting together perfectly. And the fourth way to get strawberry ice cream is a way that they talk a lot about in the life and teachings of the masters of the Far East. And that is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And you manifest it from your infinite consciousness, where all things show up from the world of the invisible, from the world of the formless, into the world of the form, just like you did. Like we all did. It's the gift of fish and loaves. It's being able to take 2 loaves of bread and 5 fish and feed the masses through consciousness. I've watched divine avatars, spiritual masters in front of me manifest vibhuti and hand it to me. I was given a sack full of vibhuti that I had people take for years and years in my home. And every time they would take it, it would just be replaced. It just never went empty. I still have it in my apartment on Maui. So this intelligence, Sky, this intelligence isn't something that's individual. This consciousness isn't local. It's a world of non-duality. It's a world in which you begin to see that it isn't just for me, that I didn't get my leukemia out of my body. Anita didn't get cancer out of her body because she's special, because she's better than anyone else. It was her dharma. It was what her purpose in life is and how it was fulfilled. It's in every one of us. It's in every single one of us to have this connection. And tomorrow, I'll be talking to you about not only the rest of these posters, but what kinds of changes that you'll see taking place within you when you become a person of light. It's in every one of us. It's in every one of us.